job.
What's the status, String?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
My mother always raised me to operate on respect. I learned to stay calm, people's ignorance I deflect. It's okay to be wrong, I'm not always correct. I have to obtain patience, my balance is key. It's very important to balance out my chi. God and Satan, good and evil, reside in me. When it comes to the Bible, they speak allegorically. God is the energetic source, and you are the temple. For the soul to experience the physical, your flesh is the rental. As I look within and speak to my higher self, while people look outward for saviors and help. The throne of God is within your skull, under your scalp. The pineal gland is a crystallized beacon. Your voice ejects sound, your eyes project what you're seeking. Your spine emits electricity, same as a Tesla coil. We can use Earth's energy, instead we kill over oil. All those foreign entities that occupying our soil. The Committee of 300 to stabilize our country, keeping us in debt, slaving for valueless money. It's called freedom, cause if you think you're free, you a dummy. We need a revolution while we live in revelation. Monsanto sprays pesticides on crops and vegetation. Pay attention to the grips and symbolism of the Masons. Donald Trump's a dark magician who tricked the entire nation. While the police extort, harass, and collect. They say they protect and serve for the one world global net. The real terrorists broadcast on your TV set, convincing the masses that there is some outer threat. Falling for the okie doke, later you will regret. The all-seeing eye cameras never blink or miss a step. We live on a battleground between heaven and hell. Always watch what you speak, cause when you speak you cast spells. There was cymatic healing from the sound of bells. Look at the elite, they worship L's light. Warlocks and wishes, they gather at midnight. Warming up for 3 a.m. the blood ritualistic type. People are so lost, they vote for their oppressor. When people stand the ground, we're called the aggressor. I stick to my plan to accomplish my endeavor. It's the calm before the storm and then heads will sever. Fuck the government.
I'm the cook. I'm the cook.
Domain expansion.
Road One Production.
Welcome to the abyss. The unstoppable one. I am the illest, no doubt. Sporadic, eternal fire. There is no putting me out. I'm sending fiery rain, destroying cities and towns. The government never changed, so I'm taking them out. The FBI is a bitch. The CIA is a bitch. The NSA is a bitch. I know they watching this shit. We fuck around and get hit. My rebels fully equipped. They take the enemy down and ride out in their whip. They counting all of the chips. We about to go on the flight. World leaders get hit. Assassination delight. We fly out through the night like Batman in this bitch. Outlandish with kicks, punches, and damage and shit. I call my gun Michael Knight. That bitch come with a kit. AI robotic weapons. That bitch be talking this shit. Explosive hollows exist and turn your body to mist. The god of fire is here. Now welcome to the abyss. 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 The immovable one. Welcome to my domain. Chopper fade into pieces. Throw away the remains. Rapping lights. Popping cops as I go, I gotta get through the night. In the heat of the night, I keep a heat with the sight. In your sleep as I snipe, while you sleep with your wife. I'm hopping from roof to roof, ninja warrior shit. My RPG is equipped, your helicopter got hit. I cause a solar eclipse and send a fiery storm, exploding government buildings, revolution reborn. I am the shit, just admit, this is that warrior mix. The god of fire is here, welcome to the abyss. 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 Welcome to the abyss.
We'll be bringing you our countdown to the end of days, along with all you
Welcome to the abyss. Welcome to the abyss.
Man, I know I'm late, but everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Never fucking fails. 'Cause that's the way the universe works. For me, Chuck E., the one and only. The universe likes to fucking piss on me and say it's raining out. Let's see. I was trying to send this, I got this Zetetic book from the 1800s, and it's such a good book. Actually, I think it's from 1777, right on the cusp of when they were trying to shove the ball down the children's throat. The globe. All right. Let's see if I could find this fucking thing. Because I can't. Hold on. Let me get the proper name for this book. I love to share the page because it sucks when you got to listen to someone read and you can't see it, but I could try to do it. I need to get internet somehow, some way. because I told myself I was never going to read a book again on here, but I lied to myself, I guess. I guess there's nothing wrong with lying as long as it's to yourself. No, I'm joking. It's still fucked up. What's up, JK? Minta Kazoo. What's up, Tommy? Always good to see you here. Yeah, I did an experiment with my post this morning. You know, I clearly want to see if I don't say a word and I put beautiful day as the title. I'm curious to see because they don't push my videos when I put videos like that. You could see I put the ants. I did a video with the ants acting stupid. That thing got 1,000 views. 1,000. But all my other videos that have like, you know, chemtrails or speaking on anything truthful, they don't push it. It gets nothing. But if I show some ants, I'll get thousands of views. I think that's so fucking hilarious, man. And to me, you know, they think they're slapping me in the face by doing that, but it just proves me right. It don't really bother me. It's just more disappointment, like, damn. But what can you do? It's their platform. Gotta expect it. YouTube's objective is not to wake people up, it's to rock them to sleep. That's their fucking objective. You know? You know, and a lot of these people accept big money. I can't hate on them. You know, they got bills to pay too, but I don't know, man. I don't think I could do it because my conscience would eat me up every fucking day, man. I would constantly think about what a sellout I am. Yeah, this book is dope, man. It's Zetetic. I don't know what Zetetic means yet. Um, I got such a fucking headache. That's why I'm late. I was debating with myself. I'm gonna go live, and I got such a migraine. So it says this edition is sent forth with assurance of the divine blessing and the firm conviction that truth is strong and must prevail. And it says 12 Castle Building, Durban, Natal, South Africa, November of 1899. Drink salt water. I'm gonna try it. I got some pink Himalayan salt, and then I got some of that other salt. It's I almost said Monsanto salt. Morton salt, and I don't really like Morton salt because I heard that shit is just terrible for you. But in America, what is it terrible for you? That's the question. Damn. I see. I don't agree with everything in this book. I'm already looking at the introduction, and it states, uh, it says the moon was once inhabited, but it is now chaotic mass. Yeah. And then it says the Earth is inhabited. It was once like the planet Jupiter. See, yeah, I don't know about all that, but we'll skip over the intro. Um, the first chapter's assumption, and then the next chapter is age of the Earth. Yeah, these chapters aren't that long, but it's packed with some good stuff. I'm gonna skip over this part. I could always go back to it. So I'm gonna get straight to the fucking point. Hold on. Let me back up a second here. Age of the Earth. Age of the Earth. Maybe we'll start there. Himalayan salt is spot on. I'm gonna put some in a cup in a minute. I have to get better water supply too. I be using tap water, and that shit's probably filled with metals, and it's terrible. But all the water we drink is dead. I would like to get something that charges the water. I want to find a spring. There's got to be a spring up at the reservoir somewhere. Find a natural spring with some really good water. All right, I don't know where to start. I guess I'll start. Fuck it, with Age of the Earth. I don't know. I'm trying to see what they're talking about. I don't. It says we cannot pretend to know how many thousands of millions of years ago this epoch was, but we may be sure that earlier still the Earth was even hotter until at length we seem to see the temperature increase. Yeah, fuck all that. That's all speculation. When it comes to them thinking they know when the Earth began, I'm talking about experiments you can do, not speculate. The Earth is 60 million years old. You know how I know? Because I picked this rock up and I stuck it up my ass, and it told me it was 10 billion years old. Aeronautics, that's another chapter. Contrasts, let's see, aeronautics. I don't remember that being a chapter. Oh, okay, we'll start with aeronautics. Fuck it. It says, if the Earth would be a ball, as Sir R. Ball gravely informs us, the amount should be one of his most ardent supporters, as the highest part of the surface of the globe would be directly under the car of a balloon, and the side would fall away or dip down in every direction. The universal testimony of aeronauts, however, is entirely against the globular assumption, as the following quotations show. The London Journal of the 18th of July, 1857 says, I gotta zoom in. Come on, you ain't gonna let me zoom in? What the fuck is going on here? Oh, about to say. All right. So from the London Journal of 1857, it says the chief peculiar, whoa, the peculiarity, the chief peculiarity, blah, blah, blah. The chief peculiarity, yeah, of the view from a balloon at a considerable elevation was the altitude of the horizon, which remained practically on a level with the eye at an elevation of 2 miles, causing the surface of the Earth to appear concave instead of convex, and to recede during the rapid ascent, while the horizon and the balloon seem to be stationary. J. Glacier, with a name. J. Glacier, it says F.R.S. I don't know what that means, but hey. In his work, Travels in the Air, states, I'm looking over the top of the car. I wonder why they call balloons cars. That's weird. I'm looking over the top of the car. The horizon appeared to be on a level with the eye. And taking a grand view of the whole visible area beneath, I was struck with its great regularity. All was dwarfed to one plane. It seemed too flat to even apparently artificial. In his accounts of his ascents in the air, M. Camelia Flammarion states, the earth appeared as one immense plain, richly decorated with every varied color. Hills and valleys are all passed over without being able to distinguish any undulation in the immense plain. Mr. Elliot, an American aeronaut, says, I don't know that I ever hinted heretofore. They put all that together. It looks weird. I don't know if I ever hinted heretofore that the aeronaut may well be the most spectacle man about the rotundity of the earth. Philosophy forces the truth upon us, but the view of the earth from the elevation of a balloon is that of an immense terrestrial basin, the deeper part of which is directly under one's feet. Zetetic Astronomy. In March of 1897, I met M. Victor Emmanuel and asked him to give me an idea of the shape of the Earth as seen from a balloon. He informed me that instead of the Earth declining from the view on either side, and the higher part being under the car, it's weird, as is popularly supposed, it was the exact opposite. The lower part, like a huge basin, being immediately under the car, and the horizon on all sides rising to the level of the eye. This, he admitted, was exactly what should be the appearance of a plane viewed from a balloon. It is almost needless to say that a globe would present a totally different appearance, the highest part being directly under the car. That's the end of that chapter. I just think this stuff's interesting because it's from the 1800s. And some of it's from the 1700s. And 1700s, well, actually, the 1600s is when they started taking the North Pole lands out. Boom, they started taking that out. And they started changing Antarctica from a land that goes all the way around to some fucking little island at the bottom of their nutsack. Their globe, that's what I meant by a nutsack. But they like to play with balls, so. Anyway. Now, I'm not. Truthfully, all I know is we live on a plane. As far as anything else, I don't know. I haven't really explored like I want to. I don't know if there's a firmament. People be like, what's the firmament made out of? I don't fucking know. I'm not fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson or I make shit up. It's made from a supernomical plastic cellophane. Like, he'll say anything. That dude just makes shit up. These scientists are fake. I don't even know how Neil deGrasse Tyson could call himself a scientist. He's an actor. A bad one at that. But the next chapter says contrasts. I gotta look what the word zetetic means. If anyone knows, please let me know what zetetic means. Hey, Candy. So the next chapter is contrast. I got such a fucking migraine. Oh, it's like right behind my neck. Oh, and it goes up back of my neck into the back of my eyes, man. It feels like someone's bashing me in the back of the head with a sledgehammer. Oh, I need help. Yeah, I like the older books. That's why it's important we get a hold of what we can for they fucking erase them all. I think the 1800s stuff was controlled, but not like today. There was still a lot of free thinkers out there, and there's a lot of good books with a lot of good information. Not all books are full of shit. Like this book, I like this book. All right, it says contrast, and the chapters are small too, which makes it even better. Um, It says, if the Earth to be a globe of popular belief, the same amount of heat and cold, summer and winter, should be experienced at the same latitudes, north and south, of the equator. The same number of plants and animals would be found, and the same general conditions exist. That the very opposite is the case. This proves the globular assumption. The great contrast between places at the same latitudes north and south of the equator is a strong argument against the received doctrine of the rotundity of the Earth. From the Geological Journal for November of 1893, I extract the following, quote, "A Voyage Towards the Antarctic Sea," report by W.M.S. Bruce. On January 12, 1893, we saw what appeared to be a high mountain, land, and glaciers stretching from about 64 degrees dot 10. I don't know what that means. The 10, 64 degrees, 10 knots maybe? West to about 65 degrees, 30 knots. And then south, 5, I can't read that shit. 5, 8 degrees. I don't know. West. I wonder if we could find his coordinates. Let me see. Can I copy this? Oh, I can. Oh yeah. I'm gonna see if we could pull this up. Copy that. All right. This, I believe, may have been the eastern coast of Graham's Land, which has never before been seen. Pause that for a second. That is not true. There's a map from 1587 it's on the David Rumsey website by Urbano Monti that proves Antarctica's already been explored, and as a matter of fact, it was never no ice there. So anyway, let's move on. But it would be unwise to be too certain, for it must have been 60-mile distant. It says meteorology, periods of fine calm weather alternate with very severe gales, unusually accompanied by fog and snow. The barometer never attended 30 inches or attained 30 inches. The records of air temperature are very remarkable, our lowest temperature was 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Our highest was 37.6 Fahrenheit. Only a difference of 16.8 degrees in the total range for a period extending slightly over 2 months. Compare this with our climate, where in a single day and night, you may get a variation of more than twice that amount. The average temperature is slow, is still more remarkable uniformity. December's average 31.14 degrees Fahrenheit for 115 readings. January 31 degrees, 0.10 degrees Fahrenheit for 198. 198. Can't read that. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, 198 readings. February was 29.65 degrees for 116 and a range of less than 1.5 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I think that's what it says. This I consider to be very significant and worthy of special attention by future Antarctic explorers, for may it not indicate a similar uniformity of temperature throughout the year. Antarctica's cold has been much dreaded by some. The 429 readings I took during December, January, and February show an average temperature of only 30.76 degrees Fahrenheit. This being in the very height of summer and latitudes corresponding to the Faroe Islands in the north. But I believe the temperature of winter will not vary much from that of summer. This uniformity, uniformity of temperature partly accounts for the great accumulation of ice, which is formed not on account of the great severity of the winter, but because there's practically no summer to melt it. Duh. Alright. Let's see. Interesting. Contradiction. I think I'll jump to that. What's up, D. Allen Warren? Just reading this, I don't want to say flat earth stuff, but it's definitely proven we're not on a ball. But I guess you could say flat earth stuff. It's from a book from the 1800s called Zetetic, Astronomy, and Cosmology. These old books are awesome. So I'm going to read, this is contradictions. It says the grave contradictions that exist among the recognized teachers of astronomical science ought to cause a thinking man to pause before accepting a theory about which no two of its experiments may be found to agree. Sir Isaac Newton, in his Principia, wow, what's this word? Oh, what? All right. Isaac Newton in his Principia reuse. I still can't say it, man. It's pissing me off. I never seen this word in my life. Come on, man. Let's see if Google can help me. Come on, Google. The hell is your problem? The word's resuscitated. All right. So Isaac Newton in his Principia resuscitated the fundamental proposition of Pythagoras. Thus, the sun is the center of the solar system and immovable. Nonsense. Since then, Professor Herschel discovered that the sun was not immovable. In regard to the atmosphere of the planet Mars, the same contradiction is manifest. In the Christian, is that Christian? No. Is it? Yeah, in the Christian Million, San Jose, August 9th, 1894, we find that Mr. Norman Locklear has been telling an interviewer that Mars is like us in many respects. It has an atmosphere like ours. Let me pause on that. How the fuck did they know, right? These people kill me, man. They'll say anything to get attention. Obviously, these people don't look at Mars through a telescope. Don't look like no fucking rock that has an atmosphere. Anyway, the standard of August 18th, 1894 says Professor Campbell of the Lick Observatory announces that he has demonstrated that Mars presents no evidence of having an atmosphere. Now we're talking. Then Mr. J. Gillespie, or Gillespie, Mr. J. Gillespie, in his Triumph of Philosophy, comes to the rescue and says, as to the planets being inhabited, if we take refraction into account, we shall find that there is not such a thing as atmosphere near them. For instance, in an eclipse of the moon, especially at her apogee, the Earth is brought to a mere point of refraction caused by the air of the Earth, and where the moon, a little further away from this point, would be brought to nothingness. That is, although the Earth were exactly in the straight line between the sun and moon. The Earth would not even show a spot on the moon's disk. Now, by this time, rule, if either Mercury or Venus had any atmosphere, they would never be seen crossing the sun's disk. I think that is satisfactory proof they have no atmosphere and cannot therefore be inhabited. What the fuck is that guy talking about? That ambulance is for him. Fuck. Go pick him up. He needs some milk. He got one thing right, the moon most likely being a disk. But, I've heard a lot of people say the moon is solid, right? So I just want to show something real quick. And this is the reason why I always keep this picture. This is a real picture of the moon. And you can see the stars. The moon is gone. Where is the moon? There's no moon there. But I have seen I don't know what caused it. I don't remember, but I have seen sometimes where the dark part of the moon will light up and you can see the moon, but there's nothing there this time. The moon is very unique. It's a mysterious body. I personally think it's a hologram, but most people don't agree with that, and that's cool. But what else disappears like that? Anyway, let me finish this. It says, after all this delightful uncertainty, a writer in Knowledge of February 1895 says that the interesting chapter on solar theories is well fitted to serve as a lesson in modesty. So diverse and conflicting are the various hypotheses, so difficult to harmonize are the observed facts. When we come to consider the atmosphere that concerns us most, the same contradictions are evident. Sir David Brewster, in his more worlds than one, tells us that the atmosphere of the Earth extends about 45 miles. In Science Siftings of the 18th of March, 1893, the following occurs. That's my mom, Duke's born day. We may. No, my bad. It's the 19th. Oopsie. We may. No, it's May 19th. I fucked up. May 19th. Oops. We may infer. What? We may infer that a few hundred miles embrace all the gaseous envelopes of the globe. When I read stuff like this, it blows my mind. How do these people know this shit? They've done no experiments. They probably just read books, and they got it all figured out. It says, and in elementary physiography, we are told the height of the atmosphere is not known with any certainty. Well, damn, that's amazing. They said that. There's probably no fixed limit to the atmosphere. Damn. That's probably the most intelligent thing I've heard all morning. Let's see. I'm gonna keep reading this nonsense. Where's the good stuff at? Um, they're gonna talk about the atmosphere this long. Are you kidding me? Holy moly. I think I'm gonna jump to circumnavigation, but yo, this can't be right. They're debating atmosphere for 6 pages? Like, yo, nothing else is that long. You gotta be kidding me, man. Oh, what's this? It was not until 12 years after the publications of his first 2 laws that Kepler, oh boy, NASA, Kepler was able to announce the discovery of the third what? This again was the outcome of a long series of guesses. And what was remarkable as to the era of the idea which suggested the second law to his mind was still more remarkable as the third. Whatever. I seen the sun in there. I thought it was going to be something interesting, but I guess not. It says what is this word? All diurnal changes of appearance presented by the firmament, the rising and setting of the sun, moon, and stars. All the diurnal changes of appearance is presented by the firmament. So the sun, moon, and stars and their varying appearance in different latitudes admit of being explained with equal precision and completeness, either by supposing the universe to revolve daily around the earth or the earth to revolve daily on its axis. It's crazy when I explain to my friends, even my friend that's here now, we get into little debates, but I try to tell them about, how everything is pretty much level to the eye, besides mountains and valleys and all that, but whatever. That there's no curvature, and he seems to say, it's because you're not going high enough, right? That's the go-to with these Globers. That's their go-to, is you're not going high enough. Well, last time I checked, we started at where? The top of a mountain? That wasn't good enough. They said you can't see it from there. You got to go into an airplane. So people went into an airplane, no curvature. Then a hot air balloon, no curvature. Then they said, no, you got to go higher than that. So somebody sent a weather balloon up. I forgot how high the weather balloon went, a couple miles, probably more. And that wasn't high enough. It's like, dude, what the fuck? How high do you got to go to find this curvature? It's a fucking joke. I think we live on an infinite plane for the most part. Or some sort of simulation. All right, let's see. It says, wow. Then as the velocity of light, if light travels at all, the same glorious mixture and uncertainty again present themselves. What? What's this guy's name? Gilliman? The heavens. The heavens conjectures that light travel at the rate of 192,000 miles a second. Really? How'd they figure that out? M. Leon Foucault. Foucault. That sounds like he's saying Foucault. Foucault. Foucault guesses 184,000 miles. Sir R. Balzac, that's his real name, Sir R. Ball, but I had to dissect. Sir R. Balzac at 180,000 miles. The editor of Science Siftings assumes first time 186,000 miles. Second time 196,000 miles. This is all contrasted. Oh. All right, what the hell? What happened? No. What happened to here we go. Circumnavigation. This is another thing. Globers seem to not understand that you can circumnavigate without being on a sphere or a ball or whatever the fuck you want to call it. To me, it's all the same, just different dimensions. Circle, sphere, ball. All right. Whoa. Whoa, that's weird. This right? Yeah. Huh. It's said to be one of the best proofs that the Earth is a globe. Well, wait a minute. Why is the start like that? Where is this coming from? This is weird. I wish I could show you guys. How did they manage to get this like this? This is what I mean about copying books. Like sun's off here. That's exactly how the beginning of the chapter starts out. Is said to be one of the it's not even a complete, it's like a piece of a sentence. Anyway, modern astronomy has been sent down the most. Anyway, it says it's often if it is often asserted generally by those who have not the remotest idea of the subject that ships have sailed around the world on one course, east or west, and come back to the place where they started from. It would be a surprise to such to be informed that this wonderful feature of navigation has never yet been accomplished. That is most unlikely that it will ever become a fact, and that it would take several of the proverbial small fortunes to successfully carry it out. Some people think it is quite an easy matter to start from, say, Liverpool and steer west and come back to the starting point. Suppose we attempt such a journey after crossing the Atlantic, which the Atlantic is crazy vicious because it's closer to that black rock at the center. That's why it's so vicious. Anyway, and the tides are stronger. I think there's a whirlpool at the center, but anyway, that's for another day. Suppose we attempt such a journey after crossing the Atlantic. We must leave the ship and traverse the American continent. As there are no roads running due west, we would have to take the sun's bearing almost hourly to keep us on the true course. Sometimes, having to cross private property, travel through cultivated lands, and in some case go through other people's houses to preserve a westerly course. Suppose we arrived at the other side and then took the ship across the Pacific. We should again have to travel across the continent thousands of miles to get back to the North Sea. And then across it in England, we might arrive at Liverpool. If anyone thinks this is possible, if anyone thought this is possible, he ought to try it. Oh shit, hold on. If the reader will scan the surface of a school globe, he will at once see that if such a thing should ever be attempted, no reasonable hope of success could be entertained, unless the attempt were made in the extreme south. Suppose it is ship to start from Cape Point, latitude 34 south, and steer east. The first land encountered would be Australia. She would then have to go south. South to clear them, and so could not get back to Cape Horn on a westerly course. The same would apply on an easterly course. It is evident, therefore, that the Earth can only be circumnavigated on one course in the extreme south. Therefore, the dangers of icebergs of magnitudes never met with in the north, and darkness during a great part of the year would render such an expedition costly, dangerous, and of long duration. Say a vessel starts on an easterly or westerly course in latitude 65 south. She could only sail during the very finest of summer weather, and would have to come north during the winter. Returning to her last point, she could again start to move. Man, I lost my spot. I started thinking about something. I got sidetracked. Bing bong. I hate when that happens. I got sidetracked. Anyway, returning to her last point, she could again start on the course around the world and continue so long as the fine weather lasted, repeating the process of going north during the dark and winter months. That this would occupy a long time and cost a deal of money is plain enough to anyone willing to be convinced. For these reasons, I am of opinion that no ship will ever sail around the world on one course and come back to her starting point. And yet some the world what? And yet some the world a globe? Okay. I don't know what the fuck they're speaking. And yet some the world a globe. Okay. One of the greatest feats of navigation will tell you that it has been done scores of times. Improved in proof and seamanship that man could undertake, and which has never yet been attempted, is spoken of as though it were a matter of almost daily occurrence. And who but the astronomers are responsible for such like fallacies in schools and books and astronomical work? Who but those famed for learning and those famed for learned ignorance are answerable for the foolish arrogance and stupidity, stupid credulity. I should say credibility and stupid credibility of the masses on this subject. Can there be any truth in a science which is founded on conjecture and supported by so-called facts as proof of its correctness? With facts have never existed outside the brain of their inventors. Ouch. If it were said that a vessel could sail round the world, allowing a deviation for land, ice, and other obstacles in the way of her making one course, so that by making many and various courses, she could at length return to her starting point, I would have no quarrel. I would have no quarrel. Damn, I would have no quarrel with the propounders of circumnavigation. But if the general statements on the point were reduced and brought within the compass of fact and language, such as the above, the supposed proof of the world's rotundity would be annihilated. In Evers navigation, it is stated that a vessel may leave a port, sail around the earth, and come back to her starting point on one course. This I have no hesitation in stating is absolutely false. If otherwise, I should be glad to be informed of the name of the port. The learned are beginning to see through the fallacy of the circumnavigation proof of the world's rotundity as the following from elementary physiography. by Professor Richard A. Gregory clearly shows the Earth has been circumnavigated a great many times, and it is a common occurrence for a ship to leave England and by steering westward all the voyage to arrive in England again without retracting an inch of her way. Similarities we can, yeah, see? Anyway, it's going to repeat itself with this bottom paragraph. Oh, wait. About circumnavigation. And because this is saying they circumnavigated, and it's the same thing as above. Where, all right, hold on. All right, steering west. Similarity, we can journey around the globe, sometimes traveling on land and sometimes on the sea, but eventually returning to the starting point without at all turning back on our course. This would appear to be a certain proof that the Earth's surface is curved. Nevertheless, it has been pointed out that circumnavigation would be possible if the Earth had a flat surface, or wouldn't be possible, I think. Nevertheless, it has been pointed out that circumnavigation would be possible if the Earth had a flat surface. With the North Magnetic Pole at its center, a compass needle would then always point to the center of the surface, and so a ship might sail due east and west as indicated by the compass, and eventually return to the same point by describing a circle. The fact that the Earth has been sailed round is not sufficient proof as to its exact shape, which is true. After these authoritative statements, we may hope that the so-called proof of the globular shape of the Earth will be soon expunged from the textbooks. So I'm just gonna move the curvature. Where are we at? An hour? What's after curvature? I know some good chapters are coming up. I wanted to do curvature. Canals is pretty good. And the disappearing of ships at sea, everyone knows that. But I wanted to, distance is a good one, and then fluids is another good one. But I don't want to bore people, you know what I'm saying? All right, curvature. I wish I could show this book. What's up, Groove? Earth shaped like a dildo? Fuck. Damn, that fucked me up, man. I don't even want to read. Earth's a dildo. Oh, man. All right. In Chambers, mathematical tables. Yeah. When it comes to curvature, I forgot. Yeah, I remember what they're gonna say. Yeah, this. I don't even know if I should read this. Most people know this already. At least I would hope so. In Chambers, mathematical tables. The curvature of the globe is given as 7.935 inches to the mile, which is 8 inches per mile squared, preferably, varying inversely as the square of the distance. If it be required to ascertain the curvature on a globe of 25,000 statute miles, equatorial circumference, square the distance, and multiply by 7.935 inches. The result is the curvature. Thus, in 6 miles, there is a dip of nearly 24 feet in 30 miles, nearly 600 feet, and so on. Let's go to Hurricane and Titus. I'm going to drop the link, but I just want to finish this. I want to Groove says it's a dildo. That's fucking hilarious. I can't read anymore. In measure, in measure, I said that wrong. In mensuration by T. Baker, C.E. These crazy names. T. Baker, C.E. The correction for curvature is said to be 7.962 inches to the mile. I don't know why they just don't say 8 inches per mile square, rounded off. These two equations so nearly agree in the amount to just about what the correction would be on a globe on the size of the Earth is said to be that they may be taken correct. If therefore the world we live on is a globe, it is simple matter to find out how far any object at a given height can be seen. In September of 1898, I received a letter from Australia in which the writer states, in the year 1872, I was on board the ship Thomas Wood, Captain Gibson, from China to London. Owing to making a long passage, we ran short of provisions, and so short after rounding the Cape that the captain spoke on putting into St. Helena for supplies. It was then my hobby to get the first glimpse of land, and in order to do this, I would go up the topgallant yard. I think that's where the mast is, and make a survey. Just as the sun would be rising, the island was clearly in view. Well, on the starboard bow, I reported this to Captain Gibson. He disbelieved me, saying it was impossible, as we were 75 miles distant. He, however, offered me a paper and pencil to sketch the land I saw, so this I did. He then said, "You are right," and shaped his course accordingly. I had never seen the island before and could not have described the shape of it had I not seen it. St. Helena is a high volcanic island, and if my informant had seen the top, only there would be, my bad. If he had seen the top, there would have to be an allowance made for the height of the land. But as he sketched the island, he must have seen the whole of it, which should have been 3,650 feet below the line of sight. If the world be a globe, deducting 100 feet for the height of the yard he viewed it from. So it should have been under a lot of curvature. You should have only seen maybe the tip part of it. There's other examples on here too, but I don't want to bore everyone. I just think this shit's so interesting because this from a book with quotes from, late 1700s and early 1800s. This is when information was still pure. At a point, they were still, in the 1600s, they already started fucking with the maps, taking a lot of things out, You know, and then when you look at some of these old maps, which there's probably so many more maps that they done took off the internet. They done did a good job. I think when they seen what YouTube was doing, remember when YouTube was dope, man, back in the day? They realized that the internet is just, I think they just scrubbed a lot of the internet. It's just my opinion. It's harder to find things. Wow, Boji, that's nice. Are you getting dizzy from the ball spinning? I don't want you to get seasick. I'm just fucking with you. I really don't care if people think it's a ball or whatever. I'm just sharing a book I like. And through my observations, I know we're not on a ball, spinning, flying through space. There's simple things that prove that, like seeing the same constellations every fucking night, same stars, you know. And I can remember in school, the model they used to sell us was the sun was in the center and it wasn't moving. It was stationary. And the planets rotated around it. It looked like a giant Saturn, the heliocentric model. Then, years down the road, this is when after I was in school, I mean out of school, they changed the model and they made the sun flying through space and all the planets and shit flying around the sun. So how does that work? How do you change a model completely? Yeah, that's pretty funny to me, man. And just simple things prove we're not flying through space, man. It's just, I don't know. That's just me. People could think whatever they want.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Spinning around
Wow.
shit.
You live near the Mississippi? It says in Chambers, information for people section. It says in North America, the basin or drainage of the Mississippi is estimated at 1,300,000 square miles, and that of the St. Lawrence at 600,000, while northward of the 50th parallel extends an inhospitable flat of perhaps greater dimensions. Next in order of importance is that section of Europe extending from the German Sea through Prussia, Poland, and Russia towards the Ural Mountains, presenting indefinitely tracts of heath, sand, and open pasture, and regarded by geographers as one vast plain. So flat in the general profile of the region that it has been remarked. It is possible to draw a line from London to Moscow, which would not perceptibly vary from a dead level. It says the foregoing is a London to Moscow proof that the surface of the world is not globular. On a globe, no matter how powerful the glass, only a certain distance could be seen, as the roundness of the globe would prevent a glass from seeing round it. And its thickness would equally prevent one seeing through it. But in fine weather, objects at distances out of proportion to what the curvature would allow are visible with the assistance of a good glass. The following from the Voyage of a Naturalist by C. Darwin. Oh, well. Anyways, just pretty cool, this book.
See,
Like
that's
I
why
said,
you're gonna find a problem with all this shit. I mean, not just from the round Earth perspective, which is always gonna fucking point back to the fucking Darwin or the fucking Newton or whoever. But people can't even really make a counter argument these days without just basically pointing out the weakness of the Darwin and the Newton angle, which is legit. But how do we establish a truth without having to use the lie as proof? You know what I'm saying?
Like Darwin and all these people in their pictures, they always got the Masonic compass and square. And like these accounts are like from people who are on ships and sail. And a lot of this stuff you can prove in real life. You don't need to like draw cartoons and all this shit. People who sail on ships, even my grandpa used to say the earth was flat, and I thought he was losing his fucking marbles. And he was in the Navy on battleships. So I'm pretty sure my grandpa knew what he was talking about. And the whole thing of curvature, you know, I try to explain to my friends about curvature, and they seem to think you don't even know you're going around the curve. You don't even know you're upside down. And in school, I used to think about like, well, when we're on roller coasters, we go upside down, or when I hang from a tree upside down, I sure feel it, but not when we're going around the so-called curvature. I guess it's magic, but
Yeah, just like we're spinning at whatever speed is supposed to be, and we're supposed to accept the fact or suspend disbelief that there's not any sort of like you know, I mean, the laws of physics tell you every action has an equal and opposite reaction and all this kind of shit. Well, we throw all that out the window because we're just standing on a surface. We're upside down. We're spinning around. We're doing all this shit, but there's no effect. It looks just like you're fucking stationary. Go figure. And that's science.
even most surveyors say they don't put anything in for curvature.
Just like the stars, just like you mentioned earlier, right? You fucking go outside, you look up, the fucking same shit's in the relative same spot. It wavers back and forth. But how the fuck we spinning around in a circle? You look up, you can still see the Big Dipper or whatever it is you fucking point to, the North Star, right?
How did the pyramids, you know, the people who built a lot of these structures aligned it with the stars perfectly because they mapped out the ground and they mapped out the stars. You know, you could put the stars to the
How our
ground and
GPS
line
system's not
it up.
fucking over, right? You would think if we spinning around and moving through space, like it should be any little variation should throw something off. They should be recalculating GPS like every fucking, I don't know, fucking every 3 seconds, the way it sounds like.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
And I'm not a type to like debate people on the globe and this and that. I'm just pointing out my observations and things I call facts. Like I said, you could do way more experiments that prove there's no curvature and we're not on a ball than vice versa.
Well, the argument itself, the whole thing is a psyop, bro, because we're sitting here arguing hypotheticals is all we're really fucking doing, bro. When at the end of the day, if you critically think this shit through, you get to a point where you're like, you know what? There's nothing I can, quote, believe except for my own experience. And even that I have to question because of the whole perception and, you know, the senses and the way we fucking take in information is all relative to us. That's the whole perception angle. So at the end of the day, you ought to get to the shit where it's like, you know, no beliefs, no fucking, only facts, everything. We should be living in the now every time. We walk around and something comes up to us, there should be no accepted anything about anything. You should all have to be proven on the point. You telling me it's fucking raining? Well, I need proof. Are you telling me the fucking clouds in the sky or whatever? Don't tell me about NASA. Don't tell me about what's in a book. Because everybody is just built a fucking house of cards with this logic. That's why academia ain't worth a shit.
Hey man, I like my book.
Yeah, well, the book is powerful, bro. It's like the goddamn Bible, bro. It's fucking magic. Everybody thinks that if it's in a book, it's authority. Because that's the highest that people go with their authority.
Yeah, some people think that way.
So when you get past the book, who's the authority? You are. That's why they got everybody stuck on the books, bro. And yes, you can be a fucking PhD. You could write as many books as you want. don't mean you figured out anything.
A
You just tell me about your
PhD.
fucking delusion, bro. I mean, I fucking argued with I argued, but I raised my hand and conjectured a point with one of my grad school professors, very highly esteemed evolutionary psychologist. So they spent a lot of time trying to hypothesize how we got. They told us we came from monkeys, so now evolutionary psychologists have to sit around and try to come up with a narrative of how we got from monkey brain to human brain, and they fucking go through all this weirdo shit, and they use other people's books and other people's hypothesis and piece it together, and they make their own, and then they write their book about that one, and then they spend their whole life being an authority on this idea that really ain't worth the paper it's printed on. But that's what we do, bro. We sit around and we in a state of confusion, bro. The author of confusion. It's all satanic, bro. We don't need any of this shit. We know people need food. There's a very easy solution, bro. You fucking get them some food.
Grow them some food.
Whatever. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you
But
brought
then
that up.
we got to go into conversations about what? Every fucking time, bro. We go into, can't afford that. Can't, what taxes this, and I don't want to pay for that. And then we off into other shit. We never solve the problem. That's why nothing gets solved. That's really all it is, bro. They got everybody in a, I don't know if quagmire is the word I'm looking for, but a paradox, really. The paradox of impossible understanding. We don't even know how to argue the point. If you're really being scientific, there should be no assumptions. And just like with this globe earth shit, first thing you got to do is assume. Well, you got to assume that these instruments are measuring what they say they're measuring. And you got to assume the math is correct. And you got to assume not only is the math done correctly, is the calculus correct. Because that's when you really get into brass tacks, just like this statistics and research. It starts with funny math. They give you funny math, bro, just like in geometry when they give you a given or a theorem or piecemeal. They give you a piece, you don't even have to question it. You just use what they give you and you go from there, and then you build another house of cards on that without ever going back and questioning. Like, how did you get these formulas? How did you get this pi symbol and the calculus involved in that?
Listen to this guy, Groove, because this is based off of what you were just saying, and I totally agree with what you were saying. This isn't long either. It's only a minute long, but I took this in my video because I'm going to use this in my album.
They took the trees, our fruit trees, and then sold us back the fruit. They took the water next, the rivers, the rain, the springs that fed civilizations for thousands of years. They took the water, bottled it, and sold it back to us. They took the land that existed long before any human being drew lines around it, and told you that if you wanted to stand on it, you'd better have a payment plan. Am I the only one this drives crazy? Everything you need to survive, water, food, shelter, was already here. Nobody created it, but somehow you were born owing for it. And why does a free life sound like such a crazy idea? Why does simply existing without debt, without bills, without permission, why does that sound like a fantasy? Who the hell convinced us that this is how it's supposed to be?
Man, I think the same way he does. And when I talk to my friends like that, they look at me like I'm nuts. We've literally been brainwashed, or for lack of a better word, let's say brainwashed, to believe we can't live free. If you tell someone we should be able to live for free, people look at you like, what? You gotta pay bills. This is what life's about. What the fuck? Man, we've literally been convinced that being a slave is what life's about, man. That's craziness. You know?
Well, we talk about religion a lot, and there's a lot of flaws with religion. But that's why they needed to convince all of us that we came from monkeys and not from God, because once they do that, then we just gave away all our authority. I don't care if you believe in God or not. You better fucking hold on to that shit. 'Cause that's the only thing we got when it comes to this tyranny in the world. We are children of God. We're not fucking children of the goddamn capitalist system. And that's what they want us to fucking buy into.
We are
We ain't
definitely
doing that.
children of the source, man, or God, or whatever people want to call it for sure.
Just like the animals, bro.
Whatever,
You see,
whatever
the
God
animals
is,
come here.
a source, a man and woman, like some people seem to think God's a man, but that's whatever.
But again,
I
that's all the book writing confusion, like I'm talking about, right? See, that's why they
Yeah.
get it so easily, bro. It just takes one little fucking thing to move us off our square, and that's where we stay, bro. We stay off the square because we forget that original part. How did we get here? And once we're here, what right do we have to be here? We got every goddamn right to be here, bro. Every single fucking one of us. I don't care who you are. Until you do something that's the only reason we needed to create laws and civilization is when people started infringing on other people's boundaries. If you want to say property, whatever. That's really the basis of it.
I think we could exist without, like, even the Constitution is a con. I'm starting to, I know I talk about it and stuff. Yeah, we have rights. I hate even saying that, man. Like, I have rights. Like, what? I don't even like saying that. Like, truthfully,
The only right I got is birthright, bro. That's what I go with.
the
As a child of
Constitution.
God, bro. I got a birthright to be here. I got a birthright to fucking be who I am, as long as I'm not infringing on other people's property, right? Loss, harm, or injury.
Damn.
Outside of that, if you give a fuck what people like or don't like about the world, you better buckle up and embrace it because you're here right now. And if you don't think you're here for a purpose, then I guess I'm not talking to you. But the rest of y'all, if you think you're here for a reason, you are the fucking reason. And we all should be influencing this shit. I heard some shit the other day. We talked about this, like, kind of like the why are we here thing or what's all this shit about. And I remember saying that it's both individual and collective, about this collective. There's something really, that's what they're fucking with. They're fucking with the collective conscious. They got us all fucked up in the head, and now we can't commune. We can't commune in the ethereal world, if you want to say that.
I just wanted to say real quick before I forget. In the word constitution, I managed to get the word constitute, which means to make up, form, or compose a whole. And it could mean, I thought it meant to take too. But anyway.
Yeah, well, it means something. When I used to work at McDonald's, the little fucking onions that they put on the regular small cheeseburgers and shit, they're dried. And on the bag, it would say reconstituted onions. Reconstituted. And so we would have to add water. So I guess this constitution word, constitute, has something to do with water too, which is water is what? Water is life.
That's a good point. That's a good fucking point. And I'm learning water is programmable too, man. The stuff I've learned about water is amazing.
Yeah, where's our science working on that shit? Where's our science actually working on something that could benefit us? No, apparently they're all
never learned that in school. That was never in no science book that water is programmable.
And wouldn't that have inspired you in school to actually fucking take interest in something? You'd be like, oh, okay, now we're talking.
That's another good point. School was so boring to me. I hated it, man. I had more fun outside of school. And then when you're a child and energetic, they want to sit you in the classroom, obey your authority and fucking, regurgitate our books. We know it all, and you better listen.
Well,
anything you think is wrong, and we're right.
I gotta give a shout out to my public school, bro. Live Oak in Watson, Louisiana. I gotta salute them motherfuckers, bro, because they gave us we had textbooks. We had to fucking learn the history was very very watered down, and of course we didn't know anything about anything in the fucking 80s and 90s. It ain't like we know what we know nowadays as far as the true history and shit. But they really did. I remember there's still times that stick out in my mind where I can remember my teacher standing in front of the class and telling us a profound truth about this information. I got the same thing in grad school in 2018 about science and all this research. They told me straight up where the flaws are and that this is not, we are not proving anything. The best we can do with science is to just strongly suggest based on results of these studies, but no one study has proven anything. And 100 studies doesn't prove anything. It can just strongly suggest. That's what my teachers told me, you know, and they'd slip other shit in there. There's some, I'm not saying it was all, you know, perfect roses, but there were, like, there was no indoctrination. There were subtle things here and there, but I don't know, bro. I picked up the ability to know when they were fucking like getting off into assumptions.
Our
I don't think
school
it's that
system
hard.
was trash. It was bad. There's so many gangs and so much like bullies. There was a lot of bullies in school, and there was so much I used to get bullied for a little while because I didn't want to stick up for, not that I didn't want to stick up for myself, I just didn't want to hurt people. But it came to a point when I got locked up, I learned to fight way better, and it came to a point where I said I'll never let no one ever disrespect me again. And at that point, from that point on, because I've learned that bullies, they only fuck with you and they pick the people they can bullies will never fuck with someone that can fuck them up. They always look for quiet people, or the bullies thought they could fuck me up, but then when I stood up for myself, they were quite mistaken. You know. But anyway.
Yeah,
the
that's
school that
why
I
I
went
get
to,
the
there was so many
inspiration for you.
gangs, man. It was unbelievable. There was a lot of gang activity, fights all the time, and I
Yeah,
just didn't like school, period. Not because of that. Like, I could ignore that and do my schoolwork. It was just so boring. I didn't see any and just for me, I'm not, you know, other people probably could see it different, but for me, I didn't see any benefit of going to school. It didn't put no
fucking
money
hanging
in
out
my
with my
pocket.
friends and pretty girls, bro. That's the only reason I fucking wanted to go to school. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess. But
Being a kid, bro, fucking growing up, like I never took the shit too seriously as far as like I didn't even have any I never had any plans to go to college when I was in high school, really. I mean, until probably my 11th grade year, and but I'd always been a B student, bro. I just did what I had to do to get by, and I didn't care that much.
I got my diploma outside of high school. Like, I took the test, and come to find out, they said 90% of people who graduate high school can't even pass that test. That kind of blew my mind. I was like, what? How's that even possible? Remember SATs? That shit was whack. I hated SAT time, man.
I
Oh
never
my
had
god.
we never had to do SATs. We had something called an ACT, which
Probably the
is
same thing.
it's similar. It's, you know, or LEAP. We had our own. Louisiana had their own. They called it LEAP, and it was the same thing where you opened a book and you got the Scantron and, you know, a certain amount of time in each section, kind of shit. But yeah, it's and that's really when the downfall of, I don't know, bro. It's a very complicated. If we wanted to get right, bro, it would not be that hard, bro. We just need to simplify and get back to fundamentals. But that's not the direction we go in with. You could just look at this AI, and we are so far away from simple fundamentals. You know what I mean? And you know, and then once we got to the point where we see it as a some people still think that this is all like honest efforts that science and technology is trying to make us better. And it's like, even if you believe that, let's survey the last 20 years, just as, you know, just as a small sample size. Would you say we're improving yet? I mean, I go in a fucking store and the bitch don't even know how to fucking count out fucking pennies, nickels, and dimes, bro. And I'm like,
Huh?
you know what I mean? And I definitely learned that shit in school. They did teach us. We had business math, consumer math. They did teach us how to balance a checkbook. I hear people say that. Why don't they teach us how to like balance a checkbook or the stock market? They taught me that. They taught us that. It was very brief, but we went through the motions and got a taste of it, and we at
I
least knew
remember
what we
that
were
a little
looking
bit. But they
at.
don't
Yeah.
teach you how to structure business or fucking.
No, that would be a great fucking. That would be a great. You know what else? And I've talked
They
about
don't
this
want
before.
people
Bro.
to structure business though anymore. Like, really
Our
think about how
fucking
many family-owned businesses are left. It's all corporate shit now. It sucks.
well, what allows a family business to thrive is the fact that there's a vested interest in passing down the information to their younger generation.
True.
Right?
I
We
wish
could be
I had the information that I know now passed down. My mother didn't have knowledge of structuring business. My grand did, and I still wonder why he didn't, you know, pass
well, yeah.
down the knowledge he had.
I feel you because I'm in the same boat right now. I tried to start my business with this farming, and I got people in my family that started and ran businesses. I got not even give one fucking piece of nothing, no advice.
Mm.
But what I wanted to say, bro, is I've talked about it before. Our fucking VOTech schools should be world class, bro. It should be like up there on the level of all these universities, all the investment. And when you go to a VOTech school and you're learning how to plumb or you're learning how to be HVAC, they should be teaching you, you know, this is how you can take this and you don't have to work for somebody else. This is how you can start your own and you can hire people. You can be a job creator. See, that's the thing, bro. They don't want that. And when I say they, I mean all these motherfuckers, whoever, that are fucking everything up. Right? They want us all to be end users. They don't want us being fucking creating jobs and creating fucking competition. They don't want all that. And that's the enemy. Ideologically, it's the fucking enemy. If you don't want to take it personal, like what they did with COVID, you don't want to do that. Well, all right. Well, look how many businesses got shut down during the COVID thing.
And
I mean,
now
what are we
with
doing
AI,
here,
it's going to
really?
be even harder too with jobs because these AIs, a lot of businesses are going to invest in these robots for the fact that they don't got to pay them sick time, vacation time, no overtime. They don't got to pay it. Period. All they got to do is pay their electric bill, and maybe services if something happens to the machine. But other than that, it's probably cheaper than paying a whole workforce, and that's going to
Well,
be the downfall. I think it's all part of this digital system, is to where people, what are they going to do with the people that can't work? You're going to be forced to get
hello.
monthly stipends from the government. The government, this is what they want, because if the government's in control, they got you by the balls. You know, if they're the ones paying you your monthly stipend because there's no fucking work anymore, you're going to do what you're told, or you ain't going to have no money. That's why they want the digital system. That's part of this digital slave system. It's going to be terrible. You know, people say, "Oh, there's nothing to worry about,
Hey,
Chuck."
man. People are
Yeah,
already
there's a
doing what the
lot to
fuck they
worry
told.
about.
Motherfuckers that started their own businesses in 2020 did what? They did what the fuck they were told, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's
I never thought in the 90s when I would think about the future, I honestly did not think it would be this bad, man. I honestly didn't think I would
no.
be alive to see this 1984. I didn't even read that book when I was younger, but I never thought it would be this bad to where they're controlling the weather, they're dumping fucking chemicals on us. You know how many people are probably gonna have lung cancer from inhaling these metals, man? It's just when I really sit back and think about this stuff, sometimes I just want to cry, yo. It's so overwhelming, all the shit that's going on in the world today, how we're being poisoned from every angle. It makes me just want to body slam one of these shit nuggets on their face. But
Yeah, imagine being blind and asking for help and getting fucking ignored and fucking. I just got a letter last night. I've been waiting
I
for 3
already
weeks.
know what you're going through, man, because I see it. You know, these
Yeah, bro.
places don't want to help people.
And even my own family, I fucking, you know, every now and then I got to ask them. I was like, hey, can you throw into my fucking grocery fund because I got no food, bro? And they'll send me
If
$25 once, and then they never follow up. They never say, oh, let me just send him $25 once a month or nothing, bro. It's like, oh, here you go.
you tried to get state assistance with like stamps or something, I
Well, that's
know
what I was
it's
about to
tough,
say, bro.
but
I've been
free
sitting here
money.
for fucking 3 weeks waiting on a goddamn food stamp. I have to
That's a
wait for them to
process
tell me.
too.
And then I got a letter yesterday they told me I missed my appointment. They never fucking sent me a fucking letter. So what? I guess I just missed my appointment because they said, bro. Because I can't
That's
even tell
crazy.
them motherfuckers, hey, you didn't even call my phone. You didn't send me a letter. You did nothing. You know you're fucking around, bro. But they ain't got no accountability. Get over there, bro. And now I'm waiting 6 months to see if I can get fucking $900 a month SSI. Now I gotta wait
You know
6
what's
months.
crazy? Here in Connecticut, I just want to say, I see a lot of immigrants coming from other countries, and they already got brand new
Yeah,
clothes. They got
yeah,
apartments. They're getting food stamps. But if American needs help, you ain't getting. Yeah, and that's sad,
yeah, bro.
man.
And like I said, bro, I'm legit on paper. I've always done everything straight up. I pay my fucking taxes, bro. I don't lie to get money I don't fucking qualify or deserve or need. Even when the fucking hurricane came through here and a fucking tree fell on my house and I had to spend $8,000 for a fucking new roof, I paid out of pocket instead of fucking trying to petition the fucking government to get them to pay for it like everybody else did. So I always carry myself, bro. And then now I'm in the point where I'm goddamn blind, bro. And they still want to fucking act like I'm trying to scam them or some shit. Or that I got the luxury to wait around for 6 months. My fucking electric bill's due in 2 days. Luckily, I got my friend she gets paid tomorrow. And she fucking fell and broke her fucking hip a month ago. So the only fucking lifeline I got in the fucking world, she was fucking broke hip a month ago. So that's how close to the fucking brink I am, bro. And it's just constant every day.
Tons of Americans are in the same boat, man. I talk to people. The homeless that is around here, the homeless rate is fucking through the roof, man. To be honest, it's mind blowing to me. I'm still in awe of how the homeless rate seems to be rising day by day by day, where people just can't pay the rent. It's just so high. Now I'm trying to think, what's their fucking purpose of doing this? Maybe it's part of to force people with their backs against the wall. So when this digital money and ID starts, people they'll be like, "Oh, we'll help you out, but you got to get a digital ID, and you got to, you know,
Well,
they're gonna
that's
force
good.
people's backs against the wall."
That's part of it,
That
though.
could
But
be one of
another
their
part of
plans.
it, well, I was just gonna say another part of that we just flew right past is the fucking the social disagreements that
Critical.
happen. So we sit around arguing whether or not somebody's tax money should be used to pay for some fucking druggie. You know what I mean? Then we got to start fucking demonize the people, the most needy people in our fucking society. And so in turn, what they've done is they've actually gotten us to fucking what? To dishonor God and fucking have these satanic little arguments about my tax money. Well, I don't get free money. Why should anybody else get free money? Well, you might as well just say I'm worshiping Satan all of a sudden, because that's what it is, bro. It's a spiritual fucking
No,
I can't think of the word of it.
I would rather my tax money go to helping American with food stamps and housing than fucking drop bombs on people
Well, see, we
all
are
day.
getting that kind of conversation now, but it's only after we've had these years of all these immigrants coming in. So now at least some people are saying, well, look, I know I'm an asshole about this tax money, but if you're going to take it, at least give it to my neighbors and not these motherfuckers. So at least You know, it's like they've been overplaying. They've been pushing and pushing and overplaying their hand with this shit so much that at least some people are seeing cracks in it, and they're having to rethink their. I'll work for my money. Everybody shut the work. That's, you know, that was the conversation before 2020. You couldn't get anybody to fucking. Boy, I can tell you the most ugly shit I ever heard, bro, before 2020. And 2020 was good for one thing, bro, exposing everybody's bullshit, and that includes us also. But now we're kind of reverting, bro. We kind of moved past that. We don't want to think about it. It's a bad memory.
Fucking pharma started 90% of America's drug addiction when I think it was the early 2000s when, man, you know how many people I've known that were doctor shopping back before the computers started? I've known people that had like 3-4 doctors. They were getting so much. People were banking money with the pills. I knew people that would fly to Florida to get scripts back in the day because the computers were in place. They were getting bank, bro. They were making bank. Oh man, selling OxyContin, they were banking it. Imagine $40 a pill. Oxy 80 is like 60 a pill. Yo, you can make bank, man. Back in the day, and pharma started damn near 90% of the addictions in America.
And why does everybody want all these drugs? Because fucking life sucks, bro. That's why.
Yeah.
So the same people giving you the fucking drugs are making life suck also, bro. It ain't that hard
Like
to
when
figure
I see
out.
homeless people drugged out, people be like, "That's disgusting." And I think to myself, what if you were fucking on the street and you couldn't get any help? You know, some people have some of these homeless people got no family, nobody. You know, and they're trying to get help and they're getting denied. Well, how's the person gonna think? Like, life sucks. At that point, people are just like, "Fuck this place." You know what I mean? So I get it. But
Why bother?
there's well over 300 people I see homeless every day. There's so many. I'm in shock. And I think the number is climbing every day. I thought for a second someone shipped in these homeless people. I thought they were bussed in from somewhere, but no, they're all from here. And I'm thinking, what are these programs doing? They're federally funded programs. How are they not helping people? Where is the money going? Chuck is about to investigate. Because the city I live in is crooked. And if the mayor was embezzling city money, city tax money, I can only imagine what the judges do, what the council does, what the prosecutors do. Well, all these people, it trickles down, man. They're all one and the same. Friends, the police department. I could imagine what all these people are doing with the city's tax monies, man. You know, the police department's probably pounding in fake overtime. Like, man, you know, these federally funded programs like the Friendship Center and the other one they have is the Salvation Army. They're supposed to be nonprofit, but I know that's bullshit. You know, they say they're nonprofit, but they profit like a motherfucker. They get hella donations.
The nonprofit status is a bit of a misnomer, much like saying that peer-reviewed research. You think it's one thing when you hear it, but that's not really what it is. So what was the first thing you said? I'm sorry, I got fucking hung up on the peer review.
The federally funded programs.
Nonprofits. Yeah. So I can start any business and I can apply for nonprofit status. The only thing you have to the only qualification to be a nonprofit, get this, bro, is you have to just say that the mission of your company, the number one mission is not profits. Your number one mission is to, provide a service to the community or something. You just have that's what makes a nonprofit. Now, once you're when you're running a nonprofit, you can delegate. Like if I'm a nonprofit charity, right, and I got people that are giving me donations to, help the homeless, Me as the nonprofit president, I'm the owner. I started this thing, right? I can allocate a certain amount of percentage of all incoming funds to my salary. So I can say, hey, I'm 70%. My salary is going to be 70% of the donations. And there you go. There's your nonprofit. And I'm being generous with 70. I think it's actually somebody looked up, Bono from U2. He's supposed to be a big activist and shit. Apparently he runs a charity, or any of these charities really. If you ask, like, what percentage of donations are actually sent back out to the people that the charity is, and sometimes it's like it's always less than 10%. So there you go. There's your nonprofit. There's your fucking philanthropy. That's the game they all playing, bro. It's word magic. Just like when people say they're a Christian, everybody, oh, he's a Christian. There's a whole lot of shit that comes attached to all these words. And that's what they use. Word magic. And nobody bothers to fucking, like in math in school, bro, you had to show your work. How come we don't ask these motherfuckers to show their work ever? I don't know, bro. It's a complicated question, I guess. I think it has a lot to do with there's a lot of people out here that are in jobs and getting paid. Like, especially right now, because we got so many people who aren't getting anything. They're not getting jobs. They're not getting opportunities. They're not getting anything. Welfare, nothing. And then there's people that are still sitting in these good jobs. They're fucking way overpaid for what they do all day. And I think they know that. They think they know how good they got it. And yeah, they're not going to rock the boat. Why would they? If I had a job right now, I don't know. I'd have to rethink it. But I got a strong will, bro. I'm always willing to fucking burn the house down if there's a fucking reason to. You know what I mean? But people nowadays, bro, it's like, get yours and fuck everybody else at all cost. So I don't know, bro. I don't know where we go from here with that shit, but if you've been pay attention long enough, it becomes pretty obvious, pretty clear what the results of this grand experiment are so far and why it's going downhill. And not one fucking thing ever improves. Nothing, not one. Name me one improvement we've had. Has the EPA done it? Oh, some people say RFK with this red dye number 40. Give me a fucking break, bro. I don't fucking, oh, thanks a lot for that, bro. I wasn't eating Fruit Loops anyway. I don't eat fucking boxed ass processed food anyway. Okay, where's this fucking, you heard the thing about the Netherlands World Cup soccer team? They imported their own food. Did you talk about that already?
No. Well,
yeah.
I seen something on it.
Yeah, because they don't trust our food.
It. Go ahead.
Yeah, they don't trust our food, bro, because our shit's all fucked up.
I don't blame them.
Yeah.
I don't blame them, man. I'm sick of having
It's embarrassing, bro.
Yeah.
We got motherfuckers running around talking about. Sorry,
we're being
bro.
poisoned and people, you're cool. And we don't stick up enough. We don't bitch enough about us being poisoned. We don't boycott it and not buy their shit. We should start burning their fucking products or something, man, because this is ridiculous how much poison is in our foods, our water. They're spraying our skies to oblivion. There's not enough. People rather go watch a fucking Knicks game and burn a bus down when a team that don't even care about them wins the championship than fucking march the streets or do something. Figure something a way that we can turn this around. I know the only way to turn around would be to grow our own food, but then we still got to get the seeds from them. I mean, it's like we've been backed into the corner so much. The government got control of everything pretty much. And now I feel like we're super fucked unless we go to war. That's the only answer left, to go to war, man.
Well, it is I we all need to have the attitude that yes, we all need to be growing our own food, and not just when we say our own food, not just the food for our fucking household. We need to be thinking in terms of
Community.
larger. Yeah, and if everybody collectively did that, we would have an abundance. We
We
would
all
be
work
exporting
together.
the
Yeah, you're
fucking
right.
yeah.
Community work
But that's
together
why.
would be good.
But we get stuck on the. I need to grow my own food to protect
Yeah,
myself,
all
which
that
is perfectly
community.
natural.
You're right, man. Like a
But
tribe.
yeah, we need
Um,
to collect. We need all those type motherfuckers to then get together and say, okay, we've
that's
done
the
our
hard
part in
part,
our
though, group,
sector.
is getting the people together, man. I think that would be the
Yeah,
harder part. But
that's what
and
we got to do,
and
bro. Like
and
I
getting
said,
the land to grow this stuff too is the second hard part. Like, I don't think many people in my community own these houses anymore. Like, I think the bank took all these houses, so people are just financing or whatever you call it. They got a 30-year plan before they can say, I own the house, just for them to get it taken when they die or something. Like the bank always wins, man. Like, you might own the house, but if you die, the bank's gonna get it back if you ain't got no family. And then, you
yeah, because
know,
it's a scam, right? Because when you buy a new house, right? If Charles says I want to build a new house and I'm going to pay for it, 30-year mortgage or whatever, right?
yeah,
So you set it all in motion, you sign the papers, the house gets built, everybody who built the house and all the materials is paid for, and you get charged for it. And you say, okay, over the next 30 years, I'm going to pay that off. Okay, well,
mm,
about year 10, you've been paying, you've been doing your thing, and then I don't know, you get hurt or you get laid off or COVID happens and you lose your fucking job.
or they
And then
raise the
you lose,
taxes.
yeah, and then you lose your house, right? So then what happens? This bank,
You fucked off 10 years for nothing.
you paid 10 years. Now this bank has a shiny new empty fucking house that you paid to get built, and they're gonna sell it to the next motherfucker as if it's a brand new fucking house.
Yeah,
And then they're gonna hope that in
all
five,
that
10 years.
time wasted, man. What a lesson to learn at that point. Like, my friend, he works his ass off. He has a son, and he has a 30-year plan. He just started it a year ago, and I'm thinking he's in his 40s, and I'm thinking, bro, I don't know. I wasn't trying to be negative, but I'm thinking 30 years, you'll be in your 70s. Like, fuck, man.
That's why I downgraded, bro. That's why I moved out here to the fucking sticks, and that's why I live in a fucking I don't know what you call it, bro. You want to call it a mobile home, whatever, manufactured
Fuck
home
it. It's
that
yours. It's yours.
I paid cash money for. I
It's
fucking bit
yours.
the bullet. I had a fucking wad of fucking $23,000 in fucking $100 bills in my hand. You ever had that? I had that shit in
No.
my fucking hand, bro. And I had to make a decision. I was like, God damn, that's a lot of fun in that motherfucking stack. Or I can just put all that into this box I'm gonna live in, and at least I don't have to worry about somebody kicking me out because I already had to go through that. And I
I should
dropped
have
that
did that.
stack in this goddamn box I live in. And you know
I
what?
had 20 grand myself,
Out of
and
all
I
the
fucked it
decisions I
away.
made in life, that's the smartest fucking decision I made. Was buying shit outright with cash and not fucking financing.
I had
And good
20
luck
grand. I
to
fucked it off, man. I got a car that ended up breaking down.
yeah.
It ended up
It goes
costing me
quick, right?
money. I paid rent. I
Yeah.
bought clothes and sneak. I fucked it off, man. It was,
I mean, just everyday life will drain that shit. But like when my
yeah.
grandma died, I got a little bit of my fucking I got the inheritance I got from her, right? And that's what I used to buy my music equipment. You know why I did that? Because I
You
knew.
could always make money, though, too, with that equipment, and it's something you
Yeah.
love, you know?
And I could sell it and get my money back out of it if I need to. It's a savings
True.
account. But see, people don't look at this shit that way. They just look at it and think, well, you got money, you buy all this shit. It's like, bitch, maybe you need to fucking ask, how the fuck you broke and you had a job in 15 years, yet you're still managing to fucking do something that other people can't seem to fucking do who have jobs. Why don't you fucking learn from me instead of just trying to fucking, I don't know, call me a fraud or whatever the fuck you thinking about that shit. But it's because everybody's living on the fucking the instant gratification. They want the new car where they just walk in and sign papers and they walk out with a brand new thing. I'll worry about it later. I'll set it on fire and fucking cash out the insurance and pay it off later if I don't like it. That's what people do. We got a fucking restaurant around here. There seems to be a pattern with this restaurant after these owners bought it over. It used to be a very good restaurant. It was highly esteemed. It was expensive. They're all catching on fire now. Huh. The old one by my house was already fucking burnt down. And then I just heard, yeah, that's what they do, bro. But hey, don't let you try to get food stamps and win $200 on a scratch out ticket. Then they'll come after you like you a fucking scam artist. It's fucked up, bro.
It's funny when you go to fill out food stamp papers. They ask you if you got any assets, if you got any money under your mattress.
Yeah.
Do you own a boat? Do you own a car? Like, who the fuck's gonna tell them I got I got a 10 grand under my mattress. Yeah, like come on. Like, who are these people? Maybe people do tell, maybe there are some dumb people out there. They're like, I got a couple cars, I got a 10 grand saved under my mattress.
Well, that's why I say, bro, I don't have to lie. When they asked me how much money I got, when I told that bitch I had $5 in my fucking account, which I still have today, and this was last week, I ain't lying. So, yeah, you think I'm a fucking liar?
They don't help you, man. This country's went to shit, man, for real. The people that really need help can't even get fucking help. It's wild, man.
But if I was out on the street, right? Like if I had not bought this house with the stack of cash, like I was just talking about, I would be out on the street homeless, bro. And then motherfuckers would drive by me saying, "Look at these no good fucking lazy motherfuckers." And I guess that would just be me because I'm in with the crowd, bro. And it would be you. It'll be your parents or your fucking kids one day that'll be in that fucking crowd. And that's a hard fucking lesson to learn when you find yourself in a spot that you used to demonize other people for being in. That's the real hell that's going to come down on people's conscience as soon as they finish fucking up this shit and, I don't know, probably fucking bankrupt.
Did you hear what I said? Or I think I got booted out. I said a room for rent in Connecticut is almost $1,000 to rent a room. It's crazy. That's what everything included. But yeah, it's ridiculous out here. I think I gotta leave Connecticut.
Well,
I gotta get out of
the
state.
I've been offering my spare bedroom and access to my washing machine and kitchen and everything else that a motherfucker would need. A bathroom, you got your own bathroom basically. I've been trying to give motherfuckers like a chance to get on their feet. My old friends, I say, hey, bro, if you just bring $300 a month into here where we can cover the electric bill and keep my phone on and we can keep some food in the fridge, I'll cook. I'll do all that shit. But no, motherfuckers don't want to do that because they can't handle the downgrade in their fucking lifestyle. They don't want to be seen as a fucking loser if they ain't fucking driving a new car and got the new clothes and living in some expensive ass shitty apartments.
That is a fucking deal. $300 a month and to help out with food and shit. What the?
Yeah, I'm sitting here begging my family to give me $300 a month just to keep me from being fucking homeless after I already bought my house. Like, what else I got to do, bro? You know what I mean? Like, people just, I don't know, man.
That's the deal, man.
Yeah, it's easy when you're in a position where you got all your needs met to look at somebody else and say, why you ain't doing it? But they don't want to hear why. When you start telling them why, then it's always got to be something other than what it is. They don't want to believe you that. Like when I was telling people I ain't had a job in 15 years, right? Well, you must be doing something wrong. Maybe you're not even going to these. I think you're lying about going to these jobs. Like, and then now I can fucking, all you gotta do is Google search, do not hire list. There's thousands of other people like me. But they ain't gonna ever look at that. They don't want to. They want to fucking keep, grass on to the, like the 20th century mentality that hard work, get out there and you hard work, you fucking. I mean, even right now, bro, like, and I'll end it here. But just a prime example, right? I got a vehicle in my yard. It's paid off, right? I haven't driven it in over 2 years now because I've been too blind to drive. And so I don't have insurance on it because why would I pay insurance if I'm not driving? But now I got multiple fines and my license is suspended and all this other shit because I ain't carried insurance on a vehicle I'm not driving because I'm blind. So now, even if today I'd have woke up and my sight was miraculously restored, I'm still in the fucking hole because I can't get a job without a fucking vehicle, and I can't get my vehicle legal because I got no fucking money, and I got no way of getting money except to beg somebody else to do it for me. And that's just where we are. And we wonder why people give up. We wonder why people are fucking homeless or on drugs. I don't have to wonder. I know.
I would take that $300 deal if I was closer down there. That's a fucking deal, man. I don't know why no one would jump on that.
Well, that and another stipulation with that is that hopefully whoever wanted to do that could drive. You know what I mean? Because that's what I need.
Every car I've ever had was a bucket. I've never had a brand new car. Every car I've ever bought was used, and it gave me problems. I've had 3 cars in my life. That's it.
Oh man, I've had multiple. I always buy used. I've only had one new vehicle in my life. I bought it in the '90s, and when I bought it brand new,
I think
guess how much it
Buick
was?
Regal.
Buick Regal. I bought it in a Subaru pickup in the '90s. Guess how much that motherfucker was brand new off the lot?
How much?
$9,995 was the sticker price on that motherfucker.
I paid, I think it was
brand new,
almost $3,000 for everything. To register it, they did it all, and you know it was kind of my fault. My first car fucked up, but it was their fault too because they didn't tell me the oil gauge was broken. So I'm fucking driving, and it said the oil's low, and you know I checked with the oil. So I'm like, fuck it. I put a little oil in and fucking, I think it blew the head gasket. I brought it back to them. And, you know, I'm like, yeah, they fixed it. They drained the oil and it ended up fucking something up. That was my first car. And I don't know. I feel like they rigged it up enough to make it drivable, and they sold me a lemon. And it's my fault. You know, I wasn't patient enough. I wanted a car so bad. Then my second car, my grandfather had a stroke, so he gave me his Ford. It was a Ford Taurus station wagon type car, but a newer one. It was a 90, I think a 99 or a 98. It wasn't bad. It was a nice car. I had it for a while and I crashed that. And then
now what they're doing,
another Buick, but I ended up selling it because it was giving me so many problems. And I had to keep dumping money into it, you know, like the fuel pump went, and then the sway bar broke, and I just kept dumping money into it. I let someone use my car and they backed into a rock and broke the sway bar. This chick, I let her drive my car. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Never let people drive your cars, man.
I already got stories about that too, bro. Horror stories. So yeah. Well, like now what they're doing is because all this fucking shit they're doing with the Iran and the fucking oil shit, now they put more ethanol in your fucking gas. So now everybody's putting shitty gas in their fucking cars and fucking moving to it.
Somebody did a test with the gas and it was like water in it or something.
Yeah. You think they give a shit? You think they fucking care if your fucking car breaks down? No, they just tell you to go buy a new one. So you got to put your fingerprint on the fucking dash so you can fucking drive the son of a bitch.
Right. Damn, I didn't think of that. That could be one of their plans to fuck everyone's car up and they got to buy.
Motherfuckers operate. Why do you think they fucking like meeting on all these builder birds? They got all these fucking different people involved because they all got a piece of the action, bro. They all got their little fucking thing that's making the dominoes fall.
Did you see in one day 12 fucking I don't want to call them junkyards, but 12
Yeah,
used
taking
car
apart.
places, I guess, burned in one
Yep.
day. 12.
Yep.
They want you to buy them fucking cars where if you're not, they can't see your eyeballs, and they're also listening to you. All these Teslas are listening to your conversations. You know the feds are listening. Now and then you got all the block cameras scanning your license plate. You got the other computer thing. If you shoot guns, it's gonna pick it up and send it to the police right away. The police department got drones that come out of the police station's roof that get to the scene faster than the police cars. Like, look, this digital prison shit is gonna be no joke. And we're gonna be the dumbest country that sat back and let them build it right in our fucking face. And it fires me up every day. People are bashing them things and cutting them down, but we need to do it at a bigger rate. Or not we, they need to. You know, fuck those fucking things, man. Like when you start looking into flock, and look at the name. The name says it all, man. Flock, you know, a flock of sheep.
Well, I was going to tell you, I am seeing a lot of people are, there's other people that are definitely onto the flock thing. So I know you feel like nobody's noticing about that, but I am hearing like some of my channels, my lives, they are, a lot of them talking about it.
Somebody in Connecticut is cutting them down. I don't know who, but it's on the news that people are doing their thing. I don't know who.
Everyday heroes, bro. God bless them.
Dun, 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 superpower. Ding, 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 ding.
And see, that'll prove you right there that some criminal activity is actually fucking those
are the real superheroes.
Yeah. Actually benefiting society.
You know, the criminals will tell you it's for your safety. It's for your safety. That's the criminal and the terrorist. But the real heroes are the ones that fight back. The fucking terrorists tell you that's their loophole, safety. It's for your own safety. If they cared about our safety, they wouldn't poison our food or spray our skies, man. It's such a hypocritical scumbags.
Feeling safe is a state of mind, and I have to be honest, I don't feel safe. I feel less safe nowadays than I did even in the 90s. So whatever y'all trying to do, you fail. You fail at it, and you need to fucking be fired or executed.
I agree. The more they put these flock cameras up and all this technology, I feel like I'm under attack, man, by terrorists. I feel like less safe, and I feel with my back against the wall. I feel like we're under attack, man, for real. I don't feel safe. I feel agitated and worried. I have to sleep with a bazooka and a Louisville Slugger near my door. I don't feel safe at all. And then you got political terrorists sending their minions called police. That's why they're beefing up the police system.
Well, I got to give shout out to my local law enforcement around here. I know they probably do some sneaky shit behind the scenes. You know, all that Pegasus, and I'm sure they fucking watching social media.
Wow, I forgot about Pegasus. Holy shit.
The motherfuckers don't ain't coming to visit me.
Oh yeah, let me get this link for y'all.
So as long as they respecting my fucking shit.
Let's see. Boom, shakalaka.
I'm ready to find a lawyer, bro. I got so many lawsuits flying around in my head, bro. I'm ready to get on it, bro. I just don't know who to call right now. I think I got to get a lawyer that's actually in Louisiana, which is the big problem. I know somebody in Texas I could call. He's a fucking ass kicker, but I don't think he could help me over here. I might have to call them anyway and see if they can recommend me somebody. Fucking Google. I just started my old phone last night. It's been broken and I've been having problems like charging it. Well, last night it just shit out on me. It won't charge. So I had to use this backup phone that somebody had ordered for me, but I can't use it completely because It won't let me invert the screen, so I can't read certain websites without the invert function. And I can't find my settings. I can't fucking navigate it because of my eyes. And so I had to use it. I'm on it right now. And using a new phone, bro, it's enraging how much shit I tried to open. Every time I open up an app, I gotta fucking go through page and page and page and page of fucking Google shit, trying to get me to fucking do this and do that. It's like, bitch, I don't know. I want to go to YouTube. I want to go to my Gmail. I couldn't even go to my fucking text message without them motherfuckers trying to connect that shit to my fucking YouTube account. I'm like, bro, how about I want to talk to my friend without Google involved? You can't even do that anymore. I can't save my phone contacts without Google.
Yeah, that's wild.
Google.
If people got cars, check this website out, man. This is the D-Flock website, and look at the logo. It's a fucking owl with a camera head. You know, I wanted to create a logo where it had the all-seeing eye pyramid with a camera on top. I've been wanting to do that for 10 years. But anyway, this would, for any state, I don't know why Canada isn't in there. It does show Toronto and Ottawa and stuff, but you can't. There's nothing there for Canada. But anywhere in the U.S., any state, city, town, it'll show you where the flat cameras are, and you could avoid them or take them down.
Because Canada doesn't have to pretend that they have some obligation to inform the public about anything. See, the only reason that you see in these flock cameras on this website is because they are getting public money to do all this shit, because this is all tied in with the fucking military and all this shit. So in order for them to be justified in getting public money, they have to give us some public notice. So that's what that flock website is. It's a public notice. That's what you got for your fucking tax money being involved to put these things up. So you get to see it, and you get to be pissed off about it. But how many other people in your fucking neighborhood are going to go and even look at that website? Not many. So there you go. That's how they play us. That's how they play us. We told you. It was right there the whole time. It was a public website. Anybody could go to it. Why you didn't go to it?
No.
Well, it's on you.
I
You
found
click
this
agree.
website by an accident. I found it by an accident.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. And when I found it, I was in shock that it literally shows you where all the cameras are. It tells you what type of camera it is. It tells you if it's a fixed camera or rotating camera. So you could damn near find out how to put them up or take them down. Like, you could find all that information. Who's observing them? If it's the police department, if it's Access Communications, it tells you all that information. Is mind blowing. It's all there.
And look, I can guarantee you, if enough people started noticing that site, and then on social media, people were sharing it around and saying, "Oh my God, look at what they're doing with all these cameras!" And look, check out. If they knew people were even catching on, they would take the shit down.
Yup, I was just gonna say that's why.
And they would say for
You know,
security reasons.
When I think they might be doing that on purpose. Why else would they put that up? You know, I think they want, like you said, first they'll be like, "We told you."
Yeah.
You know, we put the website up, and then once people figure it out, and they're gonna be like, "Up, security reasons, people are tearing them down. We got to take this down."
That's the same fucking game you run every time, bro.
That's
Just
why,
like how they told us that we couldn't be talking about COVID when we all qualified to talk about it. It's our fucking, it's medical. Ain't nobody a medical expert on this goddamn world, bro. Anybody who thinks these people are experts is already lost. You're indoctrinated. I don't care. The most people who do believe in this authority and fucking experts are people who didn't go to school and get indoctrinated. It's just as many, I'll say that. It's just as many that went to school as those that didn't. So that ain't the problem. The problem is people fucking fall for all these psyops, a banana in the tailpipe, that we do to ourselves. We're not going to listen to a rambling madman with the funny hair and smells funny or fucking dresses weird. Why? Because we prejudge. to discredit, and they know that. That's why they all wearing these goddamn business suits, bro. Because they know that has an effect on people. People see the nice suit and the nice fucking haircut, and oh, this guy's important. I better listen up. I better fucking take this guy seriously. Meanwhile, me or you, we just raving fucking lunatics, and we got some other problem. That's why we not acceptable to all this shit going on, right? It's because we angry about this, or I don't know. Maybe we got mental problems, or people just come up with whatever they got to come up with to justify their own ignorance.
But
it's a
lot of people got mental problems in this world. Sometimes I think I got mental problems. Fucking,
I'm trying hard not to get one, bro, but I'm on the verge. My fucking anger and rage at these motherfuckers is really, bro. I got this letter yesterday about the food stamp thing. I'm ready to I want to go in there and just dress everybody down. I don't want to I ain't got to kill people. I just want to fucking dress them down, bro, and say, is this what you doing with your life? You deny people who are fucking starving.
They pick and choose, so they want to help. That's the problem. They pick and choose.
Yeah. Yeah, they get rid of the good ones. That's why they got rid of me so early. It wasn't because I had already done something. It's because they already knew. This motherfucker asked too many questions. This motherfucker's too energetic.
They don't like people that they can't walk all over.
No. They want you to shut up and do your soul.
I was supposed to get some help through this program, and by me opening my fat mouth helping my roommate when he was alive, they didn't like that at all, man. They weren't able to walk all over my roommate when I started helping my roommate. They did not like that.
That's what frustrates me. I ain't got nobody that's wanting to step up and help me with all this shit. I'm having to do all this shit blind. I'm having to go on these websites and fill out my own fucking applications, and I've already explained to people. They left me on hold. I had people telling me for a year, yeah, bro, as soon as I can, bro, I'm going to come over there and I'm going to help you get your fucking food stamps and your disability. I'm like, all right, bro, I need the help. Thank you. I just sit back.
No, brothers or nothing? No family?
Everybody I ask, bro. The only people that do help me are my friends. My family, no. Family's like whatever. They're all psyops. They're all fucking psyops. They got their own problems. They got their own fucking 6-figure fucking problems. You know what I mean? They ain't got to worry about not having. I'm fucking soaking beans and rice today, bro, because I ate my last piece of meat yesterday, and that's what I got left. And I wouldn't have this if it wasn't for the girl down the street that brought me some fucking groceries the other day from her house, because she felt bad, I guess. Because she knows. I got poor people helping me. Ain't nobody with no money helping me except for my one friend who broke her hip. One person, bro. I got one person.
If anyone wants to help in the groove, man, you can put your CASHAPP. Took me a minute to think of it.
I only have PayPal, and I guess most people don't use PayPal anymore, but InTheGrooveMusic at Gmail if anybody wants to help. But I get it, bro. Every time I don't get no help. And then I go on fucking live chats and they got motherfuckers sending $100 fucking super chats to a sports. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, bro. It's like, all right, bro.
I had one guy who was putting watermelons with elastics, and sometimes I wonder if it's like, if that stuff's even real. Like, people are donating 50, 100. I'm like, God.
Yeah,
by the end of the stream, dude had like 10 grand or something. I'm like, yo, what am I doing wrong?
And fucking Google is taking like, I don't know how much percent, but like 30% of that off top. So people are just giving Google money. Don't super chat. Send it to the fucker's account, bro. But no, they got to send super chats so they can look cool in front of everybody and send a fucking chat. They could be a superstar for fucking 15 minutes.
Damn, I forget Google and YouTube too. YouTube takes 30%. They're getting paid.
Yeah, that's Google.
Oh yeah, they're one and the same now, right? YouTube and Google.
Yep. Alphabet. These motherfuckers. Just like my phone, bro. I got Google shit all over this. I fucking hate Google. Google needs to be fucking. That is the one that needs to be burned to the fucking ground, bro. Fuck Google, Mountain View, California. And I have called him. I've spent 3.5 hours on the phone. Waiting. 3.5 hours waiting to talk to a motherfucker about why I got my fucking YouTube channel censored over fucking COVID. 3.5 hours. That's how fucking pissed off I was. Listening to their fucking recording for 3 hours straight. For them to pick up the phone, and I got 2 minutes in before they hung up on me. I don't understand why everybody else ain't at this point, bro. Because I'm very patient and forgiving with shit. You know, I don't fly off the handle with. If something don't work right, I always give the benefit of the doubt, and I say, all right, well, over time, surely enough people will complain, and then they'll fucking, and then I go back to this shit, and it's worse. It's like everybody just, well, you know, I just go along. It don't do no good to fucking complain because then you're just a complainer.
Fuck that.
That's the psyop, bro. Everybody says that's a psyop. Either actively or
they really call it complaining, but
no.
Yeah, I've noticed that too, JK. A lot of doctors are from India and Africa. We got some here from Africa, but a lot from India and a few from China. Yo, America is gone to the shitter. I never thought in a million years in the 90s that America was going to go to the dumps this quick and this fast. Once 9/11 happened, that was the destabilization of America. That's when it began. They started closing down factories. Probably in the 80s, actually, was when it began. But when 9/11 happened, that was speeding up of it. But
that's when they went public with their IPO of the fucking nationwide hijack.
Yeah, because all the factories closing down or going overseas, it wasn't about cheap labor or taxes. I used to think that. No, it's about the destabilizing America. As long as we got to depend on outside sources, we're fucked. By the government making America depend on outside sources, we no longer produce our own goods, grow our own food, or is dependent on outside sources. It's easier to control us and easier to basically control us. You know, we don't do this or that, you ain't getting this. You know, they control our water, our food, everything, man. It's sad. You know, even if we was to go to war, all they got to do is what? Food will run out, and then what? That's the major thing is food.
Bro, they fucked up our family relationships, our friendships, our fucking community relationships. We fucking fight with our neighbors over fucking Trump versus Biden. I mean, god damn, bro. How stupid do you have to be to still be stuck in this shit, bro?
People I used to think, man, yeah, let's rise up, but then what? All they got to do is stop. The food is all outsources. Most of our shit's from China or South America. We don't even grow our own food anymore for the most part. Well, everything is coming from other countries. We're fucked, man. We're fucked.
We'll figure it out, bro. We'll figure it out.
I would say, you know, I thought about us creating armies and stuff, but for what? We can't eat bullets. We can't eat fucking.
We don't need all that. We don't need all that, bro. We fucking. All we got to do, if we all showed up at our state capitol buildings, bro, and fucking sat on the fucking steps of the front entrance of that motherfucker, and every time they had to walk in there to do their little official duties, they had to walk past us. Just like that one, I can't remember what state it was. It might have been California. But people started going to the politicians' houses. It might have been the UK even.
I love the UK, man. They cut down the cameras. They fight the police. You seen the? I don't know if I showed the video. I should have downloaded it. This guy made a cannon in the groove with fireworks. Yo, that shit was like 90 Roman candles, and he was busting at the police. I said, man, that's creative. I gotta make one. I got Roman candles. I got 8 of them. I'm about to go buy a couple more packs. On the 4th of July, I'm lighting shit up this year. Fuck it. I'm fucking making grenades, M1 millions. I'm fucking bombing everything. I'm fucking motherfucking it.
And if you wanna really see what the face of a psyoped, indoctrinated motherfucker really looks like, that's when they had these protests and they had these cops show up there. Look at the face of these cops. There's your fucking psyoped. There's your
Cops should stop taking the oath to defend the Constitution, because when they pull you over, they use the loophole of the Pennsylvania verse. I forgot. And the color of law, they should be blind to the color of law. The color of law alone is a loophole to step all over your so-called rights. It's a joke, man. The whole system was designed to do what it's doing.
Yeah.
To keep the rich safe. That's how Trump was able to pardon himself. Same thing with Biden, pardoned his son and him and Fauci and all these people, so they can't be held accountable. That's why they need a bullet to their fucking face. Fuck being held accountable in court. These people commit treason and murder people. Under their constitution, it says if they commit treason, they could be assassinated or taken out. That's under their constitution.
Right? Like a criminal.
It says it.
Yep. Yeah, it says
But
it.
no one wants to do nothing. Everyone's waiting on a fictional character to fall from the sky and come save them. Or they're waiting for some aliens to come help us. Or people want someone else to come solve their problems. It's fucking hilarious.
You forgot the best one, bro. Or Trump is really going to save us. He's just playing AD chess and y'all don't get it.
I forgot about Trump. Yeah, people do think he's a savior too. That's hilarious.
I'm still hearing that shit. I'm still hearing it.
Oh man. I told my friend Jim, he just passed away. He used to think Trump was going to change America.
He did.
He's like, you need to vote for Trump, man. He's going to save America. He just recently passed away, my friend Jim, but he was older. He went and got the 3 vaccinations, man, and it fucked him up. He went downhill quick after he got those, and I told him not to, but people don't want to listen to someone that doesn't have a degree, right?
They don't even listen. I got a degree and they didn't listen, bro. That's the fucked up part. It's because I don't have an official job with these goon squads. It ain't about the fucking degree. It ain't about the knowledge. It's about the fucking uniform, bro. That's why I said it's just a psyop.
Remember when people were getting them things, the vaccinations, and they went in the hospital and they put on an oxygen machine? Well, the crazy part is my friend Jim got them, and then they put him on an oxygen machine at home, and he was going downhill. Same thing with my roommate, but my roommate didn't get the vaccinations. My roommates put on these oxygen machines and went downhill quick. There's something with these fucking oxygen machines too, man. Something ain't right. Their lungs are filling up with phlegm and shit for using these oxygen machines.
Yeah, and when you're breathing pure oxygen, it's really not. It's good for the short term, but it's not. There's still a poisonous aspect to it. So it's only supposed to be a temporary thing, but you are kind of gambling when you do that kind of shit. Because, if you read up about anything to do with the body processes, they talk about oxidation. That's part of that's aids in that. It's all about a balance. See, they got us all out of balance, bro. That's what it's all about.
I don't want to much up, but he ended up. It was bad, man. He had a lot of health problems, but I'll just say, for lack of better words, God bless him, man. But he didn't live his last days too good, man. You know, it was miserable for him. And the oxygen machine, he ended up in a home the last 2 weeks of his life. Because they found him in his room on the floor. You know, their way, they put him in a diaper because he couldn't get up to use the bathroom. And damn, I wish I could have went there and helped him. But I didn't know this stuff was going on. You know, it's crazy, man. Like, I can't imagine living my last days.
I
Just
feel like I'm in that.
putting your trust into the system, getting vaccinations, man, and it fucks your whole health up. Imagine that, man. Man, good old system, man. Let's trust, you know. And then they still have commercials saying vaccinations. Get your vaccination. They still have commercials right now about them, saying, you know, this sickness is coming. Get your vaccination. You know, and there's still dummies that'll line up for it.
Yeah, what happened with, I was thinking about this last night. Look how quickly that little story with the fucking cruise ship. What was that, the rotavirus or some kind of rat virus?
Oh, yeah.
Look how quickly that
I
shit
thought
went
about
away
that.
after everybody started clowning that motherfucker as being what he is, a fucking phony actor.
People picked that apart. And the same guy that was on the ship, he was in the video telling people to go get vaccinated during the 2020 thing. People were picking that apart left and right.
And and then we stopped the pandemic, apparently. Just by noticing. Apparently, that whole thing went away, bro. You ain't heard nothing about no goddamn rotavirus since then, have you? It's fucking obvious what these motherfuckers are and what they doing, bro. It's just fucking lying, bro. And it's a magic spell they got on people with this shit, bro. It's the only way you can really classify it. They got nothing to do with intelligence. Look how much information
Jay Hyten? My bad, Groove. I just want to say peace to Superside, Mr. Superside Winder. What's up, Jay Hyten? Good to see you guys here. If I miss anyone, well, Seth. Wait, Seth. Seth Wildenberg. Peace to Seth Wildenberg. It took me a minute to figure that out. Sometimes I'm a little slow. Piece of, did I say piece of Dale Warren? Mark Basket. Missing anyone? I said, what's up to Phil? All right. Yeah, like this picture in the back, I just want to say. Yeah, and there's one other thing I wanted to read from this book. When you were speaking a while ago, Groove, I was looking at this thing about canals. And this thing on canals is pretty interesting from this book, and about it talks about water too.
Well, you were definitely mentioning something about the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
And there's University Authority, what am I thinking of? Research studies that are saying that that the Mississippi River is, because they dammed it up down here. It's supposed to fucking be meandering all over the place down here in Louisiana, but the Army Corps engineers, they levied it up, but the river is still trying to go to its natural course. So they're telling people basically in these studies that another 30, 40 years, the fucking South Louisiana is going to slide off into the fucking ocean and all this shit. And ain't nobody still.
They're always trying to put fear into people.
Maybe.
You know? Like they say California is going to fall into the ocean. They might break the dams and make the Red Sea come back. And then be like, oh, you know, because just like they broke the dams in North Carolina when that hurricane came. That shit didn't flood from the hurricane. They broke the dams, man, and killed all them people.
We had a dam break here a couple weeks ago with all this goddamn rain that's been happening every fucking day up north, and that's all Mississippi River Basin too. The rivers have been up down here. We haven't been getting a lot of rain here, We've been getting a lot of like shitty clouds and shitty weather, but it ain't actual rain hasn't been a lot. But all our rivers and shit are fucking at flood stages because of all the shit going up like around Illinois and Ohio, Michigan, because all that shit drains down here, and it doesn't have the natural course of being able to drain that shit without flooding because of the way they built these levees and shit. So they set
I
us
got
up
something that's gonna blow your mind. My bad, group. I've been looking into symbols on. You'll see. I'm gonna just pull this up before I play the video. Yeah, the thing on fluid is what I really wanted to get into. You know, because fluids plays a huge part in but let me show you this real quick before we get into this video. Now, I've showed a picture of these wizards before, but I really didn't understand the symbolic behind all of this. Now, when you look at these wizards here,
hold on.
you see the symbols on their robes. Oh, wait, I forgot one thing. Hold on. While you look at the wizards, I pull this other thing up. Boom. Oh, I'm missing one. There should be one more. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where are you?
Yeah, this is what I'd like to ask a normie sometimes, like this shit with the symbolism or the things about company names and logos, how they're all tied to like Greek mythology or fucking some weirdo old ancient shit. I'd just like to ask a normie, do you think all that's just, you think that's just a style? You think that's just like a trendy fucking cool thing they do? Or why do you think they got all that on there? Because, you know, the normie doesn't think they're doing anything.
For those in the know who know, you know, there's symbolism. Damn, I could have sworn. What the fuck happened? Don't tell me this shit's gone, man. I just downloaded this fucking thing. Anyway,
At the least,
I'll do what I got.
At the least, you should say, huh, you know what? I don't know why that's on there, but it seems to me that they may be playing a joke on me that they're doing something that I don't know about. Just for the simple fact, you know,
our people have already put this together, but I've shown these pictures of wizards before, and when I've shown them in the group, I didn't know what the symbols were. It was always in my face, but they're capacitor and condenser symbols. These very symbols were on these free, like the roofs that had free energy. These were the towers that were on the roof.
And you know what else? It's a rune. Runes. I've talked about this before. Okay, you got this chart of runes, right? Go pull up a chart. You can find a similar looking chart that will give you the symbols. How would you put that? The symbols for electronic circuits. Like if you were to draw
symbols here for capacitors and condensers. I had another one, but I can't find it. Let me see. Hold on.
They're all fucking runes.
Ouch. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Because once you start dabbling in that, right? You have to then accept. You then have to, I don't want to say assume, but you have to allow in the possibility that, wow, maybe there is some type of magic going on here that I'm not aware of. Because being unaware is magic in itself, bro. When you fucking manipulating somebody who don't know what you're doing, that's a magic trick, and that's what they see themselves as doing. Mm-hmm. You don't think Trump is a magician? You don't think he fucking thinks of himself as a magician? The way he's got all these dummies in his crowd fucking screaming his name. We love you, Mr. Joe. You just listen to videos, bro.
That's why I put it in my rhyme that I'm trying to open people's eyes that Trump's just a magician, man. And he's a smooth talker. He uses his words as magic, the sound, he manipulates people through the sound of words and his hand movement. Once the
Yep.
accordion hands start flowing, once the accordion hands start going, the lies start flowing.
Yep, in the business suit.
I think that's how I said it. Once the accordion hands start flowing, the lies start going, or did I say it the other way? I kind of don't remember. Oh, come on, man. This one, every time I download something, it don't show up. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
There's something. I can't see it. I can't. This new phone, I can't invert my colors, so I already ran into something earlier. I was trying to set it up and the page was white. I just had to fucking close it out, bro. I can't even fucking do nothing with that. Everything's got to be fucking gay and colorful and fucking retarded. No offense, but
Damn,
I don't
know why it's wouldn't download, man. This other one that I had, this don't make no fucking sense, man.
And I'll say this new phone I'm on, this is the first smartphone that I've ever had that was 5G capable. And I've always purposely avoided buying a 5G device. And when I
5G
got my,
suck.
bruh, so I'm using 5G on a 5G device today because it says 5G at the top for the first time ever. And when I was trying to install apps from the Play Store, that shit was fucking dirt slow, bro. So what the fuck is this 5G really, bro?
I hate it too, man.
Bullshit, bro.
I hate it too. When I started using this, the 5G on my phone, it was terrible. I went back to 4G quick.
Yeah, bro.
It was
They need to
terrible.
be bitch slapped, bro. Every one of these motherfuckers needs to be bitch slapped in front of everybody.
I almost had a fucking stroke, man.
And then you find out all this shit about the Internet of Bodies, like all the shit Max presents with us, and the shit that they're just doing. They're just doing it. They're like, ah, fuck it, I don't care about their health risk. I don't care what they want. I don't care about their petty little rights. We're gonna do it anyway. And they fucking do it. And they get away with it. Because everybody's like, well, you clicked agree. Like, bitch, I don't care if I clicked fucking I love you. You fucked me over. I don't love you anymore. I don't agree. People are fucking hung up on that shit, bro. That's dumb, bro. Just like, I'm not here to pick fight with anybody, but like Dom, when he comes in here and says, well, you're using their technology.
Yeah.
And what? So I should let him fuck my wife next too, huh? Because I got clicked out of it. It's just stupid, bro. That's psyop shit.
Who isn't using the tech?
Exactly. You can't get away from it. I can't get my food stamps without a phone. I can't get my SSI without a phone. Well, you asking to go, you trying to get government money. You need the system. No, I'm trying to get back what I fucking paid in for fucking 50 years of my life that I was told was supposed to be there when I needed it. That's why they were taking it out of my fucking check. Like unemployment insurance or even the disability insurance side of being disabled. Like, I didn't even qualify for that. And I paid in. I'm only qualified for the bare fucking minimum, SSI. Like, basically, they're gonna tell me they're gonna give me $950 a month, which, hey, I can fucking manage on that. Why? Because I bought my house with cash, bro. But if I was paying rent, that wouldn't even be enough. But I can't even get that. It's just make you want to do something. It should. It should make everybody else out there who's working, just like you said earlier. They take this tax money out of our check, and then we'll argue about whether our neighbors should be getting benefits or not. But they ain't saying nothing. They'll fucking defend the tech companies. for stealing all our fucking data and selling that. And, you know, it's just, it's just stupid, bro. It's psyop shit. And then you find out all this shit about the Internet of Bodies, like all the shit Max presents with us. And imposing their fucking tyranny on us. That's fine. But don't let you fucking say that you want to get what you paid for or what was promised to you when the check comes due and the motherfuckers don't want to pay it. PSYOP, indoctrination, turnabout's fair play. You point it out like that. That's why we got enemies everywhere these days, bro. Not just in the fucking government, these motherfuckers that are defending them. After COVID, there's no more defending this shit. If you are, then you are a fucking suspect. And if you didn't have anybody, if you wasn't personally affected by COVID, if you didn't know anybody personally that was negatively affected, you got lucky and you skated through, God bless you, bro. Because I could tell you, as somebody who was personally, very personally affected by this shit directly, it make you want to do something, bro. And the last thing you want to hear is from somebody who had no effect from this shit telling you to fucking how you should feel about it. You know what I mean? Respect the fact that somebody else is having to deal with something you didn't have to deal with. I'm trying to keep anybody else's grandma from fucking suffering what mine did. It ain't gonna bring her back. Ain't no amount of complaining gonna bring her back. So I might as well just get over it, right? And fucking love the system. And I can sit back and say, well, when it's your grandma or it's you or it's your wife or your kid, don't come to me complaining, because I'm gonna tell you to stop fucking complaining. We'll see how you feel about it. It's fucking disgusting, bro. See, this shit don't happen in real life, bro. It's some internet shit. In real life, motherfuckers will shut up. They won't fucking say that shit in real life. Because I get embarrassed in front of everybody.
Alright. Time to say we're gonna jump off here at 1 o'clock. I gotta go. Look, I found a bunch of capacitors, but I didn't find what?
I'm about to spend the rest of the fucking day trying to get my fucking accounts back up, logged in, so I can fucking sit here and wait for money that ain't gonna fucking show up for another 6 fucking goddamn months. It really is just unfucking believable. But hey, don't let none of these fucking tech nerds go in there and fucking want to get billions of dollars. They'll give them that shit immediately over some fake fucking horse shit. When all I'm gonna do is take the fucking little shitty money I'm getting and give it right back to the fucking electric company, the fucking grocery store, the fucking whatever. It ain't going to buy no goddamn yacht or some private island. Righteous anger is a gift, bro, and people are fucking failing to understand, bro, the power we do have. Like, there's a thing going on in Mexico right now that they're threatening to shut off everybody's phone numbers if they haven't registered with this, this extra little fucking, this like the whole digital ID verifying yourself. They're threatening to shut off. They've been doing it. This is the 3rd time they tried it in 10 years, the guy said. And right now the deadline is like in 2 days. And now they're having to come back out and say that they're going to give extensions because they have less than 50% of the people who have complied. So that's the power we fucking have, bro. How about we stop with the fucking Netflix subscription? How about we stop with the fucking paying however much people are paying to have access to this fucking chat GPT shit? How about we stop paying all these subscription fees? Let's see how fast fucking shit changes in, but we'll never get there because people want to have their status symbol. It's really easy, bro. I know how it is because I used to carry cable. You know, I used to pay $100 a month, even though I didn't watch the motherfucker. It was like, well, if something happens, I want to be able to flick on CNN and see fucking planes flying into the fucking next building. You know what I mean? But then once I got rid of that shit, it was like, bro, I started doing the math. $100 a month, $1,200 a year. So over 10 years, I shelled out 12 fucking grand just to have a way for CNN to fucking lie to me, basically. You know, little cable, little fucking TV I could turn on to be fucking lied to. 12 fucking grand over 10 years. You know what kind of synthesizers I could have bought with that? That's where my mind goes. I started doing the math on this shit. Insurance. You fucking add up insurance. Start adding that shit up. See how much money is just going into nothing. And what you paid last month? Oh, you didn't make any claims? You shelled out hundreds of fucking dollars for insurance and nothing happened? Oh, well, that's just money gone, bro. It's just, you paid for time that already passed. How about you give me a refund? How about if I don't fucking make a claim, I get half my money back? How about that? That sounds like an insurance policy to me. And then if I use it, yeah, I got to be locked in for a while. I got to pay off a certain percentage before I could cancel. Or it's something, anything better than this, bro. Now, if you just decide you got to drop insurance because you can't afford it, then you get the fucking state coming in and saying, well, here's a $700 fine because you dropped your insurance for 2 days. It's like, I didn't drive for 2 days, bitch. So what do I need insurance for? Well, doesn't matter. That's the policy. If you don't have concurrence, you're $700. $700 for what? To punish me? Oh, I think the punishment needs to be fucking doled out in the opposite fucking direction at this point.
That's a wild punishment.
Yeah, bro. That's me. I would have to come up with $1,000 just to clear up, to be able to legally get my truck, bro. A 2001 truck I got. I can't even get fucking probably $2,000 cash if I was to sell this bitch on the market. But yet I would have to spend $1,000 just to get my paperwork right to drive this son of a bitch again. With no job. Yeah, I could see people getting on their feet, bro. I wonder why there's so many homeless people.
Yeah, this country's fucked. Super fucked.
Yeah, it's like we're being overlorded by a fucking like an abusive stepfather. Right? An abusive stepfather that's got a fucking beer in one hand and his fucking belt in the other one, bro. And he's just looking for fucking any excuse to want to threaten to whip your ass with a belt with his drunk ass. When that motherfucker needs to be fucking smothered in his fucking sleep. You understand me? It's like Jimmy Dore says, bro. We are a country of adult children of alcoholics, and if you understand that, it makes perfect sense. If you grew up in a household, let's just say you know, an alcoholic parent household, you understand, bro. It's keep your fucking mouth shut. You do what I'm fucking told, or I'm gonna fucking spank you. And I'm not reasonable. You're just gonna do what I say. And that's what the government and fucking social society is now. And a lot of people accept that because they grew up in these dysfunctional houses. I did too. See, my thing was when I grew up in bad situations, I very early on, I said, I don't want to perpetuate the cycle. I have to do the opposite. I have to fucking make lemonade out of these goddamn lemons. And that's the way I always carried myself whenever I had things I had to overcome. And now it's just like people are just, there's no fucking overcoming, and it's just about don't make daddy angry, or everybody's gonna get fucking catch hell. These are adults we're talking about here. These are adults with children who are still acting this way. That's the part I can't get over. I'm just glad I don't have kids, bro. Because as bad as I am without them, the way how protective I am, especially about my animals and the whole thing. God damn, I couldn't imagine if I had kids, bro. I would have done something already, bro. I can't imagine that. But I guess, some people, they say that a child is, the most important thing in their life, and love you'll never understand. And okay, you talking at a big game. How come I just watched corporate America fucking punk you for the past 5 years and tell you what the fuck you gonna do with your kid, and you fucking did it. You wasn't talking tough then, bro. Oh, I dare somebody touch my kid. I'll kill him. Now, how many
That's why I
times?
say everyone talks the talk, but
Yep.
when it comes to walking the walk, they got a broken leg.
Yeah, bro. Yep. It really is, bro. A lot of shit talkers. Look, I talk shit too, bro. Like, I ain't no fucking killer, bro. I tell people I don't have a gun. I just don't believe in it. It don't jive with my shit, bro. I'm not a hunter. I'm a fisherman. That's the way I distinguish myself around here. Because most people like to hunt around here. That's the fucking macho alpha thing to do. Oh, I like to fish, bro. And guess what? That's how God made me, and that's the way I'm allowed to be in this bitch, because that's the way it is. Just like all of y'all, bro. People just don't assert themselves. And I think that's a sin, if you want to believe in all that. Or if you want to just metaphorically apply it to whether you believe it or not, this is what's happening. We say it's a spiritual war. How many people we know ain't spiritual anyway? So I don't even know how to begin to tell people to understand that. That's why I say, even if you don't believe in religion and you don't believe in God, you better hold on to at least saying, I don't believe in any of this organized religion, but I definitely am a child of God, and I was put here not by the will of the fucking government. Just call it the universe. Or maybe we're not here for a purpose. Maybe we are just stupid little fucking monkeys, and we just all trying to get our dick wet, and maybe it means nothing. And if that's the case, then we're still wasting our fucking time. At least we could be partying. Fuck it, there ain't no God. Let's just fucking party. No, we can't even do that, bro. We gotta fucking be what some people. I don't believe in this shit either about the whole Anunnaki and the slave race and all. Nah, I don't believe in that. But a lot of people live like it. They live just like it, bro. Because they don't want to be children of God. They want to be children of fucking Anunnaki and slave race. And that's what they want you to think too. They don't want us thinking we fucking all got the same fucking authority on this planet. Whatever you want to call this motherfucker. If I want to say that the earth is fucking round or flat, we don't give a fuck who says anything different about it. I can walk all through this motherfucker believing whatever I want to believe. Because that in no way infringes on anybody else's fucking right to fucking do anything they doing. But the second I try to censor somebody else for anything they say, sorry, bro, you fucked up. You just showed you wasn't raised right. That you think you got the ability to tell another adult anything. When it ain't got nothing to do with you or your property. This is garbage, bro. Cartoon clown shit. But like I said, if we got back to the simple fundamentals, half of these over half of these debates we have wouldn't even exist, bro. You know what I mean?
Bro, there's so many facts that could be presented. Like this, I can't believe this is in my face this whole time and I didn't pick up that those are antennas, literally antennas on their fucking robes here. And they in hiding the ether, the energy in plain sight, right in our face and symbols. Even Jesus and Satan, to an extent, is talking about higher frequency and lower frequency energy. Satan would be the material, the lower frequency, and Jesus represents the higher frequency.
Yeah, and think about that. Think about that for a second. Okay, if you're in the lower energy and you're talking about the material, well, what does that entail? And that's the individual. Like, you want as much shit for you, right? The material is for you to acquire and it benefits you. Well, if you're on the opposite end of that, if you're in the higher frequency, like you talked about, the Christ consciousness, that's collective. That's about being unselfish. That's about service to others. So you see how opposite that shit is? Very opposite. It's like the difference between an introvert and an extrovert. Opposite.
But people got to remember, there's duality, but where does the duality come from? The one source.
Well, yeah, so therefore it's not really a duality, is it? It's really more a trilogy, because there's a third variable at all times. It's us making the fucking decision. It's like when you look at an astrology chart, right? When you look at an astrology chart, it shows you all the fucking planets, including the sun and the moon, which ain't even a planet, it's a satellite. Which one don't they show you? Where's Earth? Guess what? Earth is in the center of that motherfucker. So there you go. Right there in your face.
Earth is the basement of the universe. That's how I see it.
It's the monad. It's the fucking point in the center.
No matter where you go on Earth, you got to look up to see any planets or stars. It's like the basement and shit, you know?
Like, you are a dot in the center of the circle. The circle represents your sphere of influence. And you're the dot in the center.
You're the center of your universe.
Yeah, we are. You know, people do push back. Oh, you think the world revolves around you. You know what? For all intents and purposes, it does. My world does revolve around me, just like your world revolves around you. And where we two meet up and our fucking circles start converging, that's when you get that thing like the Vesica Pisces, right? Where the two circles overlap and then you got the little space in between, the shared space. It's like this collective conscious. That's how that shit works, if you want to look at it symbolically, metaphorically. But you got to be on a certain level with this shit, bro, and most people ain't. Pattern recognition. I always took that shit for granted.
I think the certain like ideology people created the duality because the duality is the source, you know. Whatever people think good or bad is, or you know, the duality of everything, you know, hot, cold, and this and that, fucking, it all comes from the self, you know, or the source. You know, what's God? What's God? The guide? You know, your higher self. You can call it God, a guide. You know, I tell people it's very rare, probably never, when I'm connected with my inner voice, that it doesn't guide me in the right direction. Once you become one with yourself.
Yeah, it's always served me well, except for, you know, this COVID thing. The past 5 years, I've been doubting a lot of my path that I never doubted before that. Everything made perfect fucking sense. It didn't matter what wacky situation I was in. It always fucking made sense. And right now, for the first time in my life, at these past 5 years, I've had to really sit and question. It's like, dude, did I just get duped by the devil for the past 50 years? Because right now, this shit does not make sense to me, bro. Unless there's a big fucking change coming for the better, that finally we're going to correct some shit. That's the only hope I can hold on to. Because it's either going to be that, or it's going to be the hellscape that they've already fucking laid out in front of us. So I don't know. What do people want, bro? Do y'all want to do something fucking great? Do you want to see the impossible? Or do y'all just want to follow along with this fucking horse shit? Because it's easy and it's...
We need to go somewhere warm. We need to start evacuating, go down south, get some seeds. I don't know, man. Or go down south to one of these Mexican islands, live down there. It's warm. Fuck this country.
I'm right there, bro. Like,
This country is a death trap, man. They're running all these experiments. If we stay in America, we'll be dead in no time, man. All these microwave towers, all the poisonous food, all the fucked up dead water that they give us in bottles and in tap. Like, it's crazy, man. This country is dying fast.
I mean, look, I'll show you. Let's see, is this on the front or the back? Okay, the front. There you go. I got me a Berkey water filter, bro. I got a cache of heirloom seeds right here. That ain't doing me no good sitting in the seed box, but I got it. And this is all in preparation for us getting our fucking shit together, bro. And start fixing some shit. I can't open it right now, but if anybody's familiar, this is the Texas Ready. It's these people in Texas that they put together a little seed pack, and it's all heirlooms. And it came with a nice book. It's called like the Gardener's Bible or something like that, but it's got a lot of good information in it. But this is what I was doing before I went blind. I was getting prepared for feeding my fucking neighbors in my community, man, when the shit goes down. But I'll probably fucking die of old age before any of this shit.
I'm gonna come down to Louisiana and live in the bayou.
Before, bro, if you fucking want to get out of there, I mean, I don't know you any more than I know from these streams and shit. But if you, I'm never wanting to turn away anybody just trying to better their situation if it makes sense. And like I said, bro, if you get to that point, bro, and you're just like, I got to try anything other than this, it's an option, bro. I mean, I got 4 dogs here, and you gotta like dogs. But like I said, bro, fucking just bring something to the table as far as helping me to keep from fucking getting the lights cut off. That's all I really care about, bro. I ain't trying to fucking like be a landlord and get rich and make money. You know? And if like I said, I got a vehicle sitting right here. If you got a driver's license and you got the ability to fucking get your shit together where you could fucking drive if you had a car, I got a goddamn car, bro. So I can't drive it, but if you can, we'll fucking hook it up, bro. That's the same deal I made to my best friend who fucking took off to Idaho, and he's living with some people up there. And at the time, it definitely made sense because they were selling their house and he had nowhere to go. And at the time, I had already sold my house and I was living on people's couches. This is all before I got here. And then once I got here, I told that motherfucker, hey, bro, if you want to fucking come back down here, I can get you a job. I know people around here. I can get you a job. I'll give you, I had 2 vehicles at the time. I said, I'll give you one of these vehicles. They didn't want to do that. And every time I talk to them, it's, oh, I'm working, I'm always broke. It's like, bro. So I don't know, bro. It seems like people don't want to help themselves too much. But for me, I'm in a position where I need to help. But like I have one guy who's a friend of mine. I'm not friends with this guy because he's weird. And we've already had interactions. He's one of these people like, he has mental problems. And I was around him one time and he pulls out a gun, right? And he's showing it off and they're passing out. I said, nah, bro. I said, I'm going inside, bro. Because I already had a friend that got shot shot and killed by some gun accident. And I'd been at his house that day, and he was doing the same fucking thing, showing off his fucking grandpa's fucking little pistol. And then I was like, all right, bro, I'm gonna go home, and I left. Later that day, that nigga's dead, bro. And nobody knows what happened. Apparently it was an accident. But anyway, this other guy acts like that, and I was like, bro, I can't trust you. I can't have you in my house. So I can't help people that are weird. Like, if people know how to fucking be respectful of other people's shit, and but that's the problem, bro. A lot of people aren't. They don't know how to. I've already had situations with that, and people stay here for a little while and just being fucking disrespectful. It's like, bro, don't just fart openly while you're sitting on my couch, bro. Could you please at least go outside with that shit? You know what I mean? Just being fucking just idiot about it. And it makes you not want to fucking be helpful to nobody if they don't know how to act, you know?
Very true.
It's just basic respect, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure you, right? I mean, you got neighbors. Would you ever knowingly do something that's gonna fuck with another neighbor's shit, bro? Like, you wouldn't just throw your trash over the fence in the neighbor's backyard and say, well, it ain't my yard. Just wouldn't do that, bro. Because you wouldn't want that motherfucker doing it to you. And then that's where we're at now, where people don't care, bro. They throw their trash on your shit, and then when you do it to them, then they get outraged. It's like, oh, yeah. I'm dealing with a fucking mental case here. Like, but who am I to say, bro? I just went to school and got the degree to fucking at least be able to point out when something's not psychologically healthy.
Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Play these videos before I jump off of here. God damn it, dude. Now it's
I'm ready to get some fucking fruit trees. You were talking about that shit earlier. That's if I ever do start getting any kind of fucking monetary help as far as like SSI and shit, a portion of that is definitely going towards buying fruit trees, and I'm gonna fill up this fucking property as much of that shit as I can. And then after I put in the good 3, 4, 5 years that it takes for they'll finally start producing and fruiting and shit, then I get to sit back and enjoy everybody else around here that'll say, oh my God, that's so amazing. You're so smart to do that. It's like, yeah, well, 5 years ago when I was talking about it, nobody else thought it was smart. Everybody else just had excuses about why it won't work or why you shouldn't do it or you ain't gonna make no money or just tell me your psyop. There you go. Might be muted or trying to find that video, but I'll just let
I
you
hate
know.
when it fucking freezes up on me.
Yeah.
I have to go out and come back in. Yeah, where's the videos I put? Oh, here they are. Alright, I'll start with this one, which is weird. This guy's in a museum, and this is the most weirdest shit I've ever seen. Check this shit out. Yo, there's literally animals. Look at that. Animals. Oh
What?
my God. Dude.
Hold on.
Animals.
Am I seeing this correctly? What? Maybe they had a better imagination, like I always say. big this thing is. In the 1700s, right? 1700s. What the heck?
I don't know how that
What?
happened. But
Hold on. Am I seeing this correctly?
What is that supposed to be? Is there something right on there? I can't see it. What is this?
Maybe they had a better imagination, like I always said. Look how big this thing is. In the 1700s, right? 1700s. Look at these doors. Where do you get these doors from? Seriously, man. What is this thing? Yeah, like we wouldn't know it's a lion. Griffin, lion with wings. I love them all. Love them all. This thing has to be over 7 feet tall. Is that proof there was giants?
Well, if there was, how are we gonna fucking what are we gonna do with that information? Is that gonna help us feed people and fucking get housing? You know, this is what I worry about.
These are new ones.
Like, how long is it gonna take before we get to the next level with this shit? Probably 2030.
More alligators. Yeah, that doesn't look familiar. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
They're all missing their heads for some reason. Was it melted, like they said?
Is this
Sound off.
I think I know who this guy is, so I'm looking at the book.
Yes.
I think this is the dude from the Occult
Awesome.
Rejects pool.
So many.
got just some Instagram.
So many.
Dude from New York.
It actually sounds like it, right?
I think that's the same guy, right? He's into all this shit. It definitely seems like it's who it is. Yeah, this is on a different. There's a channel, the Occult Rejects. That's who that sounds like. Exactly. He does that kind of shit too. He'll go around to these sites and videotape.
Alright, so I want to jump to which one do I want to do next? I'll do this one next.
Look, what is cancer exactly?
It's an attack by a...
Look, what is cancer exactly?
It's an attack by a parasite, an unusual parasite, which attempts to reproduce its intermediate stages in you. I have to somehow get the word out to the people who are suffering that there is a cure and that it isn't expensive, they can do it themselves, and they can be successful. Herbs that kill them all, whether it's the eggs or the redia or the cercaria or myricidia.
These are all the stages.
These are all the complicated little stages, are a wormwood combination, a ground clove, and the third herb is an extract of the green hull of the black walnut tree. You have to use them together because you have to kill everything at once. Otherwise, one thing turns into the next.
Right, right. How long? How long do you have to take this?
5 days or 6 days.
That's it?
That's it.
And what happened? The parasites are...
Yes, all the parasitic stages are gone. Now, you might think, well, the cancer still goes on, but it doesn't. That was the amazing thing. The good news is that when you kill them, all that growth factor is removed. That excess growth factor is immediately removed.
And so...
And the cancer stops.
Yeah, I love the part where she says it's inexpensive. But you know what? I can't even afford inexpensive shit. You know how frustrating it is to sit here fucking blind for, I don't know, 3 years now? And I always hear, oh, try castor oil, try this, try that. It's like, okay, motherfucker, I got no money. How can I try anything? You know what I mean? And then that just adds an extra layer of fucking frustration that not only am I not being helped to just keep food in my fucking, and on my plate and my lights on, any kind of fucking, like, maybe there's a cure and a remedy out there. I can't even afford to try the shit. Very fucking frustrating. But hey, if I want to go fucking get hacked up by a surgeon in a hospital and go through a fucking multi-$1,000 fucking procedure that's going to leave me, forever changed in some way, like irreversible, they'll do that. But they won't give me a $5 box of fucking ivermectin to try or anything like that, right? So, do they really care about your health? Of course not. And they want me to repeat. They want me to repeat the slogan that the government cares, even though I know they don't. And when I say I know y'all don't care, they get mad. It's like we dealing with a fucking rabid dog, bro. These motherfuckers are gone. If 2020 wasn't a wake-up call, then the people got to go, bro. Or, maybe all the good people will go, and then the rest of the world would just be left with a bunch of go-alongers. And I hate to say it, but I don't think your kids are going to appreciate that future. I think they'd want fucking assholes like me around the fringe to keep some sort of fucking check in line around here, checks and balances. And people don't appreciate, some people appreciate, I don't want to say everybody. The only reason I got support from my friends, bro, that I do have, is because they are the type of people who didn't like me at first when I was saying all this kind of shit. But over time, they started realizing, oh shit, he's kind of onto something. And he is kind of trying to tell us this for our own benefit. So I respect that. Outside of that, bro, everybody else is like, fuck this motherfucker. So I have to say, fuck you, too, Go ahead and get your jab in, smarty. And when it's too late, it's too late. And that's just the bottom line. It don't matter who is right in the end. We're both going to suffer because I'm going to lose a friend and you're going to lose your life. And I don't like any of that shit. I miss my people that ain't here anymore, bro. Everybody else is like cool about it, I guess. As far as my family goes, they don't give a shit. Oh, it's just part of life, bro. I just gotta work. I just gotta fucking keep my head down. All right, bro. Well, you sound like a real Christian to me, bro. Sound like a fucking adult. You sound like an American. You sound like a Ronald McDonald clown. That's what you sound like. Let's get real about it. USA. And I'm sitting here fucking wishing I could move to the Netherlands just in Italy because they take their food seriously. And for me, that's like the only thing I could say, wow, at least that makes that country different in a certain way, unlike everything else. At least they care about their food. Huh. Respect. Respect to the fucking Netherlands and Italy for giving a shit about their food. God damn, what geniuses they are in comparison, bro. To simply care about your fucking food. Motherfuckers will spend $30 on a plate somewhere to eat some dog shit And they don't, you tell them, hey, bro, you know what's in that? You know what they charging you premium price for? I don't care, bro. So it tastes good. Oh, don't ruin my meal, bro. I want to believe it's good. Okay, well, believe it's good, bro. Meanwhile, you're fucking with my food because now I can't get real food because y'all motherfuckers, because y'all buying all this $30 horse shit and you've encouraged bad behavior. Just like a fucking they don't want to encourage our bad behavior because it spreads to everybody else. Well, that's where we're living in. We're living in a state of bad behaviors that have been allowed to fester and fucking ravage our body like a fucking cancer. And we need some fucking wormwood and coal and whatever else you said. I'm glad you said that because I brought up the point about absinthe the last time the wormwood topic came up, and I've been wanting to somehow get me a bottle of fucking absinthe. It's expensive, but because it does have a lot of that shit in there. It has the anise. You mentioned the licorice. I think that comes from the anise.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it has a licorice taste to it, absinthe.
I put star anise in my coffee. I put coconut oil, and then I put a stick of cinnamon. I crack it. So I'm gonna start using ground. I want to try to make a tea with ground cloves and the other stuff.
Dandelion tea or something?
Yeah, something like that. Remember we were checking that video out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got clover growing wild in my yard. I definitely got dandelions, at least at some points of the year.
I want to start fasting. What time is it? I gotta jump off here in a minute.
Yeah, man. I was just gonna say another thing about the absinthe. Absinthe was illegal up until I can't remember when. When did I first start ordering? That would have been around 2010-ish. Some give or take a few years, but that's when they took some of the restrictions off where you could get at least certain types. You could export it for sure. So I was getting shit from I was ordering from local liquor stores here online, but they still had to be imported, so it's expensive. But why was it illegal for so long? And now it's at least somewhat legal, but people don't really. But anyway, if anybody is interested in absinthe, there's a website that you need to check out. It's called the Wormwood Society.com.org, something like that. But the Wormwood Society. And it's a good spot if you want to talk to absinthe connoisseurs who will give you all the skinny about what's in it and how real it is. And they rank them, and check out that website because the brand I like got 4 out of 5 stars. And I think it's a pretty accurate rating. So I trust what's on there, but I've tried other brands and I didn't like them as much. You're definitely, every brand of absinthe is going to give you something almost completely different as far as the taste goes. So you really kind of do have to shop around if you don't like it at first. But boy, when you find one you like, man, that's the best buzz ever, bro. It's like, it didn't make me trip and hallucinate like the mythology says, because that was probably for a whole different reason, but it is a good fucking buzz and no fucking hangover. It's like it makes you want to, I love listening to music when I'm on absinthe. Everything just sounds awesome. Like, I don't like trance music that much. I'll listen to some, but dude, if I'm on absinthe, trance makes perfect fucking sense, bro. It enhances everything. So if you're into that sort of thing, definitely might be something worth checking out if you like premium liquors and shit. So I buy the Marilyn Manson brand. I still got my bottle up here, actually, I think. But regardless of how you feel about Marilyn Manson, I'll say that motherfucker makes a damn good absinthe. So If you're looking for one to try, you might want to check that one out. But it's like $80 a bottle.
I think he's freezing. All right, now I want to finish up before I jump off here. Where did I leave off? Oh, hold on. I think I only got. I played that one, that one, that one. Yeah, that one was weird. That fucking guy, when he went into the museum, that was some weird stuff, man. Alright, I'll play. I think it's this one I'll play.
People can live on just air. Look, E equals mc squared, which means energy equals matter. Hydrogen is the foundation of the universe. Hydrogen fusion is the source of light. All elements stem from fusion. Hydrogen fusion is the first fusion. Oxygen is matter, thus it is energy. It is vibration, vibrance. Hemoglobin is melanin. It is nearly identical to chlorophyll. Its etymology means purple, like ultraviolet. That's why the blood is bluish purple. You are inhaling energy. Your skin inhales energy. Hemoglobin delivers oxygen to the cells to produce ATP. ATP is what powers your entire body. This is done through cellular respiration. This is how energy is stored and how cells communicate. Through breath, electricity or charge doesn't flow through wires. It flows through the field around them. The ether powers everything. The wires don't power your lights and appliances. The field does. Now we live in retartaria where we don't use the ether properly. Melanin is an organic semiconductor. It regulates the flow of charge and energy. It has a nanocrystalline structure, so it can insulate and it can conduct. Gold is often found in quartz because that was the basis of the crystalline metallic electric grid of Tartaria. Gold is the conductor, quartz is the insulator. That is why California is the Golden State. California is Canaan, which became Israel, the Promised Land. Silver is the best conductor, and Nevada is the Silver State, which was still a part of Canaan. The gold and silver rushes came after the reset war known as the Civil War. It is not a coincidence that metal is synonymous with the lungs in Eastern medicine. The breath conducts the light to the hemoglobin, which powers the body. Tartaria was an ether-powered civilization. Tartaria was an autotrophic or breatharian civilization. They built structures like this, but had no plumbing or sewage system. Do you think they were incapable? After the clones took over, they didn't know how to operate. They were defecating inside of palaces like these. I mean, on the stairs and in the corner of rooms. Same thing with Chicago. It was built up like this, but no sewer system. Perfect grid. Come on. You could build this, but not manage waste. Anyway. Static shock is a gain or a loss of electrons to balance energy. People want the euphoria from the static shock, which drops your energy to balance the speed of the charge between you. Looped electricity is magnetism. Habits, or loops, concentrate the magnetic field and bind you to people. Hemoglobin is iron at its core. Iron is Fe. Fe means faith. Literally. Full circulation means full faith. An iron shirt. The breath pumps the blood, which pumps the heart. The chestahedron. The pineal is the heart eye. The breath unlocks it. Unlock your autotrophic faculties.
Yeah, he kind of was conflating a lot of shit in there, but within that, there was a lot of good little pieces of things. But like he was talking about ATP, that's one of the things I was taught in university level biology class, where I started becoming very disillusioned with the whole thing because they say that they get in a Krebs cycle and all this shit. It's like, how y'all really know this shit? Until you explain to me how you, because really it's just a way of, science does this thing where it looks at something natural and then it applies all these material and academic words and classifications and processes to it to make it make sense. Hashtag make it make sense. That's what a lot of this shit is. So some of that in there, right off the bat, what I wanted to say was, oh, we can live completely on air. Okay, well, before you tell us about this shit, have you tried it? Have you tried? Guys, I've been living for a month off of air, and this shit. See, that's what people don't do. Videos, and they just start spouting this shit. It's like, okay, well, prove it. You know what I mean? That's the shit. Because how many views does that video have? Probably hundreds of thousands, right? How many people have actually tried it? I don't know. I'd like to know.
I bet you would have to like, you couldn't just stop eating. You would have to gradually, you know, get you like detox the body. You know, you couldn't just stop. The body probably wouldn't know how to react. You would have to like gradually, you know, like because I remember when I was younger, we were poor as hell, man. I would barely eat. I was skinny. I should post some of my old pictures out in baseball. I was skinny as a rail, but then when I got locked up, I started eating 3 square meals a day as a youth. And at home, they had mad good food, and I would work out. So I got pretty big and chiseled, but before that, I was skinny as a motherfucker. And I barely ate, so my stomach was small, but yeah, just stop eating. I don't think it's possible to just stop eating.
No, I can't, bro. Like a lot of people around here like to take a shit on breakfast, bro. I need breakfast, bro. I need
it's like clockwork.
I mean, I weigh 100 pounds. I mean, I don't think I'm not overeating, bro.
That's about how much I weighed when I was younger. I barely ate, but I had mad energy.
I did too, up until fucking 2-3 years of this COVID shit worn down on me.
Life is wearing me down. Fucking world.
Because I still get my energy at times, you know, and I'm like, oh shit, thank God. Thank God I still got it somewhere in here. Like yesterday, all I wanted to do was fucking lay around all day, bro. Because I'm just overwhelmed. Waiting on these goddamn phone calls so I can get fucking money to keep my lights on. By a bunch of fucking lazy motherfuckers that don't do nothing all day.
I hate waiting. I'm not good at being patient.
It was something that I had to teach myself, and at a certain point before COVID, bro, I was really good at being very, very patient. And it would always pan out. So I was like, all right, cool. Patience is a virtue. I get it. Now it's like, I mean, and look around, bro. All the shit that they're trying to ram through. I think this patience thing is working against us because we should have took care of this problem 5 years ago. The second thing
if they didn't bought in 2020, you know, we should have came together in 2020 and told them go fuck themselves. How are pedophiles clearly running the government? It's like a spit on my face, man.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Yep.
You know?
Exactly.
I feel like it's a spit right in my face, man. You got pedophiles running the government. They're fucking jacking the prices up on everything. People can't even feed their children while they're eating $600-$700 fucking plates of food, fucking living it up off of our expense.
Yeah, and they're taking everybody's little 401k accounts that they're slaving away so hard at so that one day they can be old and have the ability to, I guess, sit in their house and watch Fox News all day. They're now investing everybody's fucking retirement accounts into this goddamn AI shit. That's how fucking they are to you and your shit. And everybody's like, well, can't fight City Hall. Ain't nothing ever gonna change. Blah fucking blah. Tell me your programming. There it is.
I heard that people defeated themselves before they even tried, man. We can't do this. We can't do that.
Yep,
we haven't even tried.
Nope.
All right, check this video out, group. This is the one where I got those pictures from. I don't know. I don't think she does any talking, but I don't know if I could pause it. I'm gonna try.
Yeah. Well, it's good for Instagram. Lots of fucking views on that, I'm sure. And, you know, at the end of the day, the gas is still, what, $4 a gallon? I don't even know. I don't buy it, but.
No
That's
way
some.
you can.
You know,
Huh?
it's just, we have high expectations and high standards. That's why we don't get along with this shit. This low standard fucking world, right? I don't know, bro. Sometimes I just think we doomed with expecting great things from shit, you know? I don't know if it's salvageable anymore. I feel like it is. But I just don't think people think it's, I don't know, bro. I don't, there's many, I could make many theories about how we ended up in this spot, but the point is we're here. This is the spot. How we got here is kind of irrelevant once we realize this is where we are at. And it's just a simple question, bro. Is this the best we can do? Is this acceptable, quote unquote? An answer to both of those questions for me is no. No, it's not the best we can do, and no, it's not acceptable. Somehow we're the problem. We're trying to elevate the whole thing. Not for ourselves, for everybody. And in turn ourselves, because we are each other. Apparently, how some people say that, but then they'll turn around and say, we can't do nothing, we can't change nothing. But we can manifest. You can manifest yourself a nice job. Okay? You can manifest yourself a nice girlfriend or boyfriend. But no, we can't manifest a better way of, you know, better farming practice. We can't manifest a better fucking political system. We can't manifest getting bureaucracy out of the welfare system so we could actually help people actually get back on their feet and actually be productive citizens. It's just funny how that works, right? We just get to pick and choose what's possible and what isn't. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy shit. And I don't even know how to wake people up anymore about it. Besides just sticking to the goddamn fundamentals, bro. But most people don't know the fundamentals anymore. All my life, people I grew up, people are saying, oh, the most important thing is family. And it ain't, when you die, you're not going to wish you had spent more time at the office. You'll wish you'd spent more time with your friends and family. But yet nobody lives like that. It's only when they fucking about to die, I guess they start thinking like that. It's fucking sad. And that's a tragedy. That's what makes it hard to believe in the religious God. Like, really? This is your plan, bro? I've caught myself saying that a lot lately to myself. When I talk to myself and I call it talking to God, that's what I ask. I was like, this is the best we can do, bro? This is it? This is the fucking plan? Now, fuck this plan. That's where I'm at. Sounds like the devil's plan to me. It don't sound like the God's plan. So is the devil true, but God's not? Okay, well, that's possible. Maybe we are monkeys with a monkey brain. I don't know. Maybe that's possible too. I don't even think monkeys would be this stupid, bro. I think if monkeys are in a spot in the woods and they start drinking water and they're like, this water is no good, this is poison, I think they'd at least fucking try to find more water sources. I don't think they'd just sit there and keep drinking the shit. You know what I mean? I think monkeys are smarter. Birds, all of it. They'll make a move. Something ain't right, they'll get the fuck out. Look at the whales. Them motherfuckers will throw themselves on a beach to get out the goddamn water. I mean, who knows why they're really doing it, if it's electromagnetic or... I think it's suicide, bro. I think the motherfuckers eating all this radiated fucking plankton, swimming around in Fukushima water, drives them fucking nuts. And hey, if you like science, there's plenty of scientific research that says radiation exposure increases aggression in populations. They've tested and done all this shit. You know, there's little secret military tests where they'll do shit to a town, they'll spray a town with some shit, and they'll see what the effects are. We know they do that. They've done it in fucking hundreds, if not thousands of times already. Oh, they did the same thing with radiation, and I'm sure they did it with GMO foods. We're the only ones that can't seem to read. Because it's all right there, if you look. If you do more than just like look on Instagram. Yeah, I know Google sucks, but you know what? If you fucking use the search thing and put the right terms in, you'll get the fucking information, bro. PubMed. The head of their fucking scientific beast. You can go right to it. You find adrenochrome and you find all of it in there. And somebody tells you you fucking making shit up, all you gotta do is break that shit out. And say, well, the same authority you said fucking you trusted for COVID vaccines, so the same authority is telling you about all the other shit. So which is it, bro? We gonna pick and choose? That's what people do, right? Just like Christians, this is my problem with Christians. Oh, you believe in God? You believe in Jesus? You believe everything he said? And you know the story like the back of your fucking hand, and you fucking read the book 18,000 fucking times apparently, and it's your authority, and it's your guide to life, and it teaches you how to not only just be a good person as God wants you to be, but if you want to know God, you got to know this book. And people say they do. And then you look at them and you're like, you a full of shit ass motherfucker. You ain't fucking read nothing. You don't believe nothing. You under a spell. That's what scientific observation will tell you about that shit. This, you know, I don't know. I just keep going. It's a psyop, bro, and they got it. They definitely fucking programmed a lot of people with this shit. And if you're rebellious at all in any way to any of that programming that you got, if you fucking are rebellious against public school system or the medical community or science or AI or any of this shit, if you have a natural fucking aversion or a repulsion of that, that's God talking to you, bro. That's outside of your programming fucking poking you, making you uncomfortable for a fucking reason, bro. It's meant to tell you some truth. It ain't making sense, is it? It ain't adding up. The math ain't mathing. Hashtag make it make sense. Everybody loves it. They don't make no sense. We're right there, bro. We're right on the fucking line. That's the part about it, bro, that just keeps me hanging on. Because I've been through this whole process myself. When nobody else was doing it, I did this whole process of, God damn, all this information, bro. This is either all of this is true, and we living in some fucked up shit. But I look outside, and yeah, birds are chirping. Fucking, there's food in the fucking stores, and you know, people are having fun, and they're still having babies, and okay, maybe all this information is false then, and it's not matching reality. And then 2020 hits, and for me, I'll tell you, that was the moment, the Epstein and the fucking COVID. No, not just the COVID, but here's the other extra part. When Bill Gates came out as the fucking authority, I was like, yep, now it all makes fucking sense. If this motherfucker just made sense. Hashtag make it make sense. Hashtag Bill Gates, expert. Now it makes sense. Well, I don't know what everybody else ain't getting, bro. He's a farmer. He's a medical expert. He's a tech expert. He's a pedo. Funny. It all adds up. Then it makes sense. Hashtag made sense of it. Everybody's like, that makes sense. That sounds crazy. No, Bill Gates just trying to help people. What do you do with that? That kind of person, man. I don't know. But they're a detriment to the rest of us. Where we're at now. We're about to have a new president in 2 years. Or we're going to have this asshole again for a third term. So I'm glad everybody's comfortable sitting around waiting, but that's what we're waiting on. And we're waiting on the next fucking clown. Or a continuation of the same clown. Did you get booted out again? I know you gotta go. David Knight. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah. What'd you think of that? Hold on. Oh, it's gone. Fucker. All right, hold on.
Hospital birth blocks past life memories. Watch. The woman is commonly in the wrong position, she's commonly pumped with drugs, and the room has terrible lighting. Cutting the umbilical cord causes brain damage, because at least 30% of the baby's blood is in the placenta at birth, and only 8 to 10% of their blood is in their lungs. Leaving the umbilical cord on until it falls off naturally allows the blood to transition from the placenta into the baby's lungs, brain, and other organs. If you cut the cord, you reduce blood to the brain and cause various levels of brain damage. The placenta is a respiratory organ. The baby breathes through the placenta. It is part of the baby's vascular system. At least 30% of the baby's blood is in the placenta at birth. Clamping and cutting the placenta suffocates the baby because they have amniotic fluid in their lungs, and since their lungs aren't dry, they can't breathe properly yet. The umbilical cord is commonly cut too early, especially during cesarean section. A lotus birth could be anywhere from 3 to 15 days to transfer all the stem cells and blood. 45% of all births were C-section. Most babies are lucky to get 30 to 60 seconds, 5 minutes at max. This is all traumatic, and trauma causes amnesia. This is where personality disorders are born. Dissociative amnesia, especially with circumcision. Circumcision removes 20,000 nerves and makes you dissociate from your body. The foreskin protects the pineal and heart areas of the penis. Look, this blocks full communication with the woman, leading to hypersexuality. These traumas shallow the breath and block them from ever being uncovered for decades, if ever. When the breath is disrupted, the entire endocrine system, or chakra system rather, is disrupted. These traumas are like walls that shallow breathing keeps you from ever getting past. This is memory fragmentation. Fragmentation is a misappropriation of memory. The pineal gland is the heart eye, the first eye. The pineal sits atop the endocrine system, aka the chakra system. The trauma disrupts the breathing, which disrupts the endocrine system, which disrupts the dreams. Dreams, or heaven, are reality. This life is the dream. The breath is a spiritual blockchain. Each breath takes you to the next one. When you don't breathe correctly from the diaphragm, your traumas become walls, blocking you from all the memories that happened before them. Unresolved traumas create personalities, parasite programs to cope with them. Then you can only address these traumas while dreaming. This causes most to block their dreams with food, smoke, and drugs, etc. This causes false identification with the program or the parasite, the personality. This feels like safety. The traumas become suppressed and arise each night in dreams. The traumas cause a blacking out or dissociating, or forgotten dream. You then use your dream space to stuff traumas rather than to create new memories. This keeps you on the hamster wheel of the same memories, lifetime after lifetime. As a baby, your birth traumas blocked you from recalling your dreams or lives as an old man. And if you block your dreams all your life, you block the recall of your next dream, aka life, where you're a child again. This is oblivion, aka samsara.
Okay.
With that placenta thing, that was something even before COVID. That was already sitting with me a certain way. Like, yeah, that's definitely the whole cutting. It makes sense. That's why they got to flip the baby upside down and spank it on its ass to get it to fucking cry, is to get it to start breathing, right? That's why they
Peace to
do that.
Peace to Mr. Infinite Finality. Who else I missed? Anyone coming?
Because it's amazing, right? It's amazing how other animals in nature, they can have their offspring in the middle of the fucking woods, just and everything's taken care of. It's all fucking already. It's like an automated process at that point. But yeah,
Peace
we
to
got
Wayne. My
medical
bad. Go ahead.
intervention. I was just gonna say we got to have all this medical intervention to be healthy. That's how fucking smart we are.
I want to get some Black Walnut Shell. Hey, Flat Earth Nation. Peace to Flat Earth Nation and Wayne too. And yeah, wormwood, cloves, and black walnut. I got some cloves. I want to get the black walnut hull, the shell. I got to see if I can find that, or buy the whole entire thing, you know, and then take the shell off myself.
I love
wormwood. All right, I got one more video to play, and then I got to jump off of here in a minute. But this video is pretty cool. It's only 2 minutes.
So at every moment, at any moment of the day and all throughout the year, the sun occupies one of these 12 zodiac signs. If you look up to the sky, even at the middle of the day, there's stars right there. The sun is in a certain specific zodiac at that time, no matter what time you look at the sky. Also, the moon and the luminaries also travel through this same zodiacal region, although each of the celestial bodies each move at its own apparent rate of speed and follows its own cyclical pattern or harmonic oscillation analemma trajectory as well. The zodiac belt itself is approximately 17 degrees wide and 360 degrees long. Each zodiac sign occupies a 30-degree section of that belt. When plotted on celestial charts, the zodiac forms a circular pathway that crosses both north and south of the celestial equator, which is why some zodiac constellations appear above the equator while others appear below the equator. The belt makes a sort of a more oval-like, more elliptical circle on the celestial charts because, again, some are above the equator and some are below the equator. That's why if you look at maps, that zodiac belt or the analemma line is always more elliptical. It's not. The zodiac is a 360-degree celestial belt, also known as Aphrodite's belt, that is divided into 12 signs that are 30 degrees each, which makes up the 360. The zodiac belt in biblical language is called the Mazzaroth. And if you look in the biblical encyclopedia, it's also referred to as Mazaloth as well. So the sun, the moon, all of the luminaries, and the 12 zodiac signs all follow this same celestial pathway through the heavens. The sky moves, not the earth. It appears to rotate overhead, causing the zodiac and the luminaries to rise in the east and set in the west. And this apparent daily motion completes a full 360-degree rotation in 24 hours approximately, or about 15 degrees per hour. So when we speak of the sun, the moon, and the luminaries and the stars rising and then setting, they are not simply literally moving up and then straight back down again, but rather they appear to approach us, approach the observer in the eastern sky, and then it reaches our zenith overhead, and then it moves over to the western sky, and then it sets in the opposite horizon. But it's just coming into your view and then going out of your view, geocentrically.
Yeah, that's why when they talk about things like retrogrades and shit, where it appears that the planets are moving backwards, it's just an appearance, you know what I mean, from our perspective. So
I'm trying to.
It's a whole electrical.
Afro. I don't know how to spell Aphrodite. Hold on, Aphrodite.
Aprodite.
Okay. It showed me a literal belt.
Yeah, Google search has been getting really fucking stupid on purpose, bro. It's like,
Yeah, I put Aphrodite belt and it showed me a literal belt.
yeah, they won't let you, like when I search for terms, I just put keywords in. I'll put like the main keywords that I'm looking for. Now, if you notice, when you do Google searches, it's like they want you to type everything in like a question. They want you to fucking ask it a question like it's a person instead of treating it like a fucking algorithm where you just put the keywords in you want to find. And I think they're doing this on purpose to try to prepare us to where they've already told us they're going to get rid of Google search and it's just going to be all AI where you just fucking, instead of doing a Google search and finding other people's websites and research, you'll just ask it a question and it'll just spit out their little fucking filtered summaries. And depending on how you ask the question is how you get answered. And if you don't put all those little keywords in your question, it's not going to bring it up. It's just going to ignore it. It's really stupid. Because used to, you know, when you put something in Google search, you could put very, very choice terms in, and it would get you pretty much to what you were looking for, even if you didn't know how it was spelled. Like right then, if you would have typed in Aphrodite and typed it in wrong, it would have gave you all kind of other shit. Did you mean this?
Keeps giving me belt, like literal belt.
Yeah,
This is crazy.
exactly. Yeah. Because you ain't being specific enough. You don't already know enough about what you're asking about. And they're not going to fucking lead you to it. They want to know how much you really know about it. It's a fucking trick, bro. Fuck all these goddamn tricksters. I type in simple shit like, give me such and such phone number. Very fucking simple. And it fucking brings up everything except the actual phone number. It'll bring me a website that says, here, click here to contact us. Instead of just giving you the goddamn phone number. I used to look up songs on YouTube, and like a lot of these old electronic songs, there's not really lyrics too much you can search, but if I just got a little piece of information, like I know it was on this label and I know it came out around this time, and I used to could find all kind of shit just having bits and pieces of the song information. Now I can type in exact fucking words to the artist and the fucking track name, and it still won't give it to me unless I add every fucking little piece of the word in there. Oh, this is what you meant? Yeah, that's what I meant, motherfucker.
It's still giving me a belt. This is insane. I put Aphrodite constellation belt.
You put instead of constellation, put zodiac, zodiac, al, zodiacal, zodiac al, and I bet you it comes up. So I'm gonna prove my point. See, constellation ain't close enough, but I bet if you put zodiacal belt in there, then you'll get it. I bet. I just got a text message from AT&T. Your current plan does not include access to the AT&T Cloud app. If you have loaded content to the cloud, you have 30 days to retrieve your content. Because I'm not paying for the access to my fucking data, my backup on the cloud. So I lose access to it, but they'll still have it. Because I guess what? They pay for it? But yeah, you're telling me I didn't pay for it. So who's paying for this shit? And who owns it if they pay for it? Fuck this scam shit, bro. No, I don't want your fucking shit cloud. I don't need your cloud, thanks. But you're still storing my shit on it. And now you're gonna fucking embezzle me and fucking mafia tactic me into fucking giving you money so I don't lose access. Oh, fuck yourself. I'll say this, bro. All these people out here that say ain't nothing ever gonna change, blah 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 blah. I'll tell you what, do yourself an experiment. How about we make a petition? We say, you know what? This Intergroove motherfucker, he thinks he can do better than all this shit, the system. No, fuck it. Let's put his money where his mouth is. We're gonna elect Intergroove to come in here and Doge style audit the government. And let's see if we can get some fucking changes. I'm gonna make a campaign promise. I guarantee you I'm gonna change something. I bet the first thing I fucking change is the fucking food. You doubt me? You think I'm a fucking shit talker? Try me. Put me in a position and let's see what happens. Let's see if something changes. Let's test your hypothesis. I guarantee you I'll make some changes. See if you don't have fucking project schools getting funded. See if you don't have corporate welfare getting fucking slashed. See if Google don't fucking stop censoring motherfuckers. Or they can take their fucking headquarters out of Mountain View, California and go to fucking Beijing, China with that shit. Beijing. Or fucking wherever the fuck they fucking working out of. Because it ain't fucking here.
Beijing.
Yeah.
You go to Beijing, China.
Ping pong.
Bing bong. Me China. Bing bong. Me hao.
Remember the little, when you was a kid, this is a thing that used to go around. I don't know where it came from or whatever, but me Chinese, me play joke, me put pee-pee in your Coke. You ever heard that?
I was going to say something different, but.
Well, that was what was popular when I was a kid. I don't know where the fuck that came from. I think it's some Masonic shit that was told to some Masonic child. Another thing, anytime there'd be a disaster, that you know how all these little crude jokes would come out, I'd be like, where y'all hearing this shit from? This is way before the internet. Like, where y'all hearing this shit from? I think their Masonic daddy was telling them some shit to go proliferate at their school. I think that was the early social media was, you know, kids.
That's wild.
I'm telling you, bro. I know that's what they've done, all this shit. None of this shit is natural. This is not a natural progression of things unless you're a psychopath. And now we know we deal with psychopaths and it all. Hashtag made it make sense. Now it makes sense.
Are cops psychopaths or do psychopaths become cops?
Well, it's like nature versus nurture, right? The whole nature versus nurture argument is real big in academic psychology. That was one of the things that they put out there. That is it nature or nurture? Well, guess what? It's a debatable topic, and they think what? It's both. It's fucking both. So while we live in duality of arguing whether it's nature or nurture of everything going on, but the fucking higher ups in academia and otherwise, they know what it is, bro. That's why they're playing both fucking sides all the fucking time. They're telling you it's either or, and they know it's both.
You're doing a magician trick. Look at this hand, but you know.
The little shell game, right? Guess which one the P's under. Yep.
They like pissing on people and be like, it's raining out, don't worry about it. Trump is by far, he talked all that shit about Biden, but he's 10 times worse than Biden.
Hey, mama. Very good.
Trump is such a trash bag. It's not even funny, man.
I mean, he fits the very definition of a fucking Benedict Arnold fucking traitor ass motherfucker. He not only did he just actively help, destroy the things that we're all trying to fight to fucking like hang on to, but he lied to motherfuckers' faces about it and told them the exact thing, and everybody's like still in shock and awe about this shit. No, he's not really lying. You know what? I found that's crazy. I just randomly found something on the floor that I was looking for last night. The little tool to get my SIM card out of my phone. I couldn't find it last night. And I stepped on something. I looked down. And it wasn't this that I stepped on, but I dropped a red bean on the floor earlier. And when I went down to pick up the red bean that was under my shoe, this motherfucking tool was right there by it. How crazy is that? It could have been anywhere in here. And it was just randomly in that one spot. That's fucking crazy. There you go. There's some magic. I manifested my tool. It's just like 12 hours too late. Oh, mama. Boom, boom, boom. Well, I guess the only good thing about this new phone I'm using is it's got fucking like 3 cameras on the back of this bitch. And this one isn't, I haven't dropped it and busted this one up yet, so I might try to go live or do something today and test out my, see how good these cameras really are on here, because, this motherfucker got 4 cameras on the back of it, dude. Or maybe a couple of these are sent, I don't know what the fuck. This guy, it's just wild, bro. How did we get roped into this, bro, where we're like, yeah, mine has 3 cameras on it. Mine has 4. Mine has... Like, should we just need 1, bro? Like, what the fuck, dude? They sucker us so fucking easily.
The material realm.
Yeah.
Damn.
Let me try this. Let me see if I can minimize. You still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I tried to find that zodiac, but I wanted to see if I could get a 360 view of the zodiac though. Damn, 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'm gonna jump off here at 4 hours and 30 minutes. Get sun yet. I didn't realize. Then next time I go live, I'm gonna do a little more of this book. Or wait, let me see if okay, fluids. I'm just gonna read this part right here. It says, it is the nature of fluids to be and remain level. And when that level is disturbed by any influence whatsoever, motion ensues until the level is resumed. Professor Airy tells us in his 6 lectures on astronomy that quicksilver is perfectly fluid. Its surface is perfectly horizontal. We may add that all fluids are the same for the reason given by the next writer, Mr. W.T. Lynn of the Royal Observatory in Greenwich. I don't know where that Greenwich would be. I know there's Greenwich, Connecticut. In his first principles of natural philosophy says the upper surface of a fluid at rest is a horizontal plane, because if a part of the surface were higher than the rest, those parts of the fluid which were under it would exert a greater pressure upon the surrounding parts than they receive from them, so that motion would take place amongst the particles and continue until there were none at a higher level than the rest, that is, until the upper surface of the whole mass of fluid became a horizontal plane. So it says the English Mechanic, I guess that's a magazine, the English Mechanic, the 26th of June, 1890, says, since any given body of water must have a level surface, i.e. no one part higher than another, and seeing that all our oceans, a few inland seas excepted, are connected together, it flows, that they are vertically of the same level. Then it says, in March 1870, the Bedford Canal was chosen to experiment upon, with a view of determining whether water was horizontal or convex. The following argument is taken from the report as printed in the field. Let me zoom in. In the field for the 26th of March, 1870, and is considered to be sufficient and unanswerable. The stations appeared to all intents and purposes equidistant in the field of view, and also in a regular series. First, the distant bridge, secondly, the central signal, and thirdly, the horizontal crosshair marking the point of observation, showing that the central disk, 13 feet 4 inches high, does not depart from a straight line taken from end to end of the 6 miles in any way whatever, either literally or vertically. Or, if so, and as in the case of the disk, 9 feet 4 inches high, if it were lower or nearer the water, it would appear, as that disk does, nearer to the distant bridge. If it were higher, it would appear in the opposite direction, nearer the horizontal crosshair, which marks the point of observation. As the disk 4 feet lower appears near to the distant bridge, so a disk to be really 5 feet higher would have to appear still nearer to the horizontal crosshair of the telescope. And therefore it is shown that a straight line from one point to another passes through the central point in its course, and that a curved surface of water has not been demonstrated. Yeah, this book's pretty good, man. It has all these experiments. See, here's Greenwich again. I don't know. It doesn't state what Greenwich. What's this? On the Royal Observatory wall at Greenwich is a brass plate, which states that a certain horizontal mark is 154 feet above mean water at Greenwich. It says something here about natural mercury. The following, anyway. But yeah, let me jump off here, man. Peace to everyone in the chat. Oh, hold on. Let me see one other thing. Uh, I gotta turn the thing on. Hold on. I had turned the signal off. I just want to see. They got a chapter called Figure of the Earth. Ah, come on. I have to. Yo. I gotta redo this. Oh, come on. You're gonna make me start my. Oh, better not. All right. Growth of the Earth. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Then they got gravitation, the law of gravitation. It says the law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. Huh. If therefore it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypothesis of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all the sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic impostor, to which ignorance and of course I can't say this word, credulity credulity could ever be exposed. In the story of the heavens by Sir R. Ball, it is stated on page the law of gravitation, the greatest discovery that science has yet witnessed. The law of gravitation, which underlies the whole of astronomy. That's funny. The law of gravitation announces that every body in the universe attracts every other body with a force which varies inversely with the square of the distance. Popular science, blah, blah, blah. Gravitation is the force which keeps the planets in their orbits. Yeah, okay. Every object in the world tends to attract every other object in proportion to the quantity of matter of which each consists. Is that a load of rubbish or what? Professor W.B. Carpenter, in his work Nature and Man, says the law of light and gravitation, wrote Mr. Atkins to Harriet Martineau 30 years ago. Damn, so 30 years ago from here is a long time. Extend over the universe and explain whole classes of phenomena. And this explanation, according to the same writer, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, Newton, what a joke he is. They don't talk, I bet you they're going to talk about buoyancy and density. Geology. on the term level, the horizon. Hold up. Damn, for the horizon, they got one, looks like one little paragraph. According to the tables of curvature compiled to suit the mathematical factors and tentative formulas employed in the imaginary geodetic operations, which have from time to time been conducted in observatories, the horizon of an observer is distant to near according to the greatness or otherwise of its elevation above the surface of the supposed globe. If he stands 24 feet above sea level, he is said to be in the center of a circle which bounds his vision, the radius of which in any direction on a clear day is 6 miles. A local gentleman tells me that he has watched a boat race in New Zealand, seeing the boats all the way out and home, the distance being 9 miles from where he was standing on the beach. I have seen the hull of a steamer with the naked eye at an elevation of not more than 24 feet at a distance of 12 miles. And in taking observations along the South African coast, have sometimes had an horizon of at least 20 miles at an elevation of 20 feet only. The distance of the horizon or vanishing point where the sky appears to touch the earth and sea is determined largely by the weather, and when that is clear, by the power of our vision. This is proved by the fact that the telescope will increase the distance of the horizon very greatly and bring objects into view which are entirely beyond the range of vision of the unaided eye, but as no telescope can pierce a segment of water, the legitimate conclusion we are forced to arrive at is that the surface of water is level, and that therefore the shape of the world cannot be globular, and on such a flat or level surface, the greater the elevation of the observer, the longer will the range of vision be, and thus the farther he can see. Yeah, the horizon, I'm gonna leave it at that, but the horizon, like how high do you need to go to see this curvature? I mean, like I said earlier, lighthouses, this is going to be interesting. I guess this whole book is about proving, because this came out when they were shoving the globe down people's throat trying to say we're on the ball, and I bet you it was to hide a lot of land. The midnight sun, I never heard of that before. Motion of the earth. Yeah, I'm gonna go through some of this tomorrow. This book is huge. It's got 212 pages. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, peace to everyone in the chat. Thanks for coming up in the groove, man. I appreciate it. It was a good stream. Hey, peace to Marlene, Chillster Deluxe, Mr. Infinite Finality, Flat Earth Nation. This is from a video, this picture I got in the backdrop. I just paused it and screenshotted it. But the picture of this moon right here with the stars is from an actual video with this guy's telescope. I wonder how those people do that. I wonder how they hook their cameras up to a telescope. Very interesting. Some people got some very good digital stuff. Peace to Candy, JK, peace to Wayne, Jay Heighton. Okay, I just read his message. Peace to Mr. Super Sidewinder. I'm trying to see if I could catch everyone. Mark Basket. The chat is so long. Peace to Phil. And that's where it ends. Am I missing anyone? Probably. The chat ends right there, but I'll be live tomorrow, man. Everyone have a great day. One love, and I'm out like Trout.